going to be Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody. Wherever you are in the world, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We're in to day 5. The competition has just blown by, and it has never been more fierce. Honestly, the gameplay has been unbelievable, and today proves to be no different to it. I couldn't do the show on my own, so we've got the very best talent back with us. Sunny, great to have you. Trev, great to have you. And a new friendly face joins the casting desk. Spen LC, great to have you here, man. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you guys for the warm welcome. And I'm excited to be casting some Brawl Stars. Normally I'm on the other side of the screen, but today I'm excited for some hopefully amazing matches.
Yeah, that was an embarrassing intro to the 2019 World Champion.
True,
multiple World Finals attendee, Spen LC, and the best caster that has ever existed. Trev Talks.
Can't take this guy serious at all. I mean, the part about Spen was correct. Well, we are on week 3 out of 4, match day 5 out of 7. So we're already almost over with everything. That makes me kind of sad. At the same time, I'm looking forward to the games we have today and also looking forward to casting with Spen again. Has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while and it was good fun when I did that brief cast. But now we're on the big league, joining ARC as well. I'm excited.
I cannot wait to see how today goes. It's going to be such a fun-packed day. Before we kick off the show, go over to our socials and make sure that you are following us over there on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and also on our Discord at ESL_mobile for Instagram, at ESL Mobile for Twitter and Facebook, and discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You know, especially if you are a Brawl Stars gamer, you know, go over there, make some friends, set up a team. It could be you battling it out for that big cash here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And, you know, of course, if you do that, you get a cookie from me, guaranteed, I promise. But absolutely, today is going to be so good. But first and foremost, Sunny, you know, for some of the viewers at home that may be less familiar with the Snapdragon Pro Series, or maybe coming back after a little bit of a stint away, talk us through our formats and how we roll here.
So we had 2 splits with 6 Open Cup each. The best 8 teams qualified through the 2 Open Finals, and the 4 best of this challenge season will make it to the Gamescom in Cologne, to the finals. And, well, we'll take home a stack of cash.
Yeah, not just pride on the line and, of course, the bragging rights, but, Trav, big prize money here at stake.
I mean, there's 50,000 on the line, and even if you stood on every single dollar of it, you'd still be smaller than I am, Mark. But 20 grand up for first place, 8.5 down there for second, 7.5 for third, 5.5 for fourth. But even if you come all the way down in 8th place, you take home a little something.
Trav, mate, honestly, you put all that money in a room and it wouldn't even demonstrate the size comparison to your ego, in all honesty. But honestly, there is so much money on the line here. And, you know, when you separate that out between the teams, it can go such a long way into furthering their careers. So there's so much on the line here as well. And a big, fun-packed day here today, Spen. Many of these matchups can be instrumental to the performances of these teams moving forwards into those later challenge days. You know, looking forwards to the schedule in just a moment. You know, talk us through the matches that really catch your eye and kind of where you see maybe some of your predictions early on.
Yes, for me, the game I would say I'm most excited for, it has to be SK versus ANR. You have ANR who are undefeated at the moment, and then SK, everybody knows SK. If you watch Brawl Esports, they're one of the most dominant throughout the years. And that's going to be a really good game. But of course, watch out for the FUT game just after against Team K. So both teams on 1 and 3 at the moment. So kind of the battle for the kind of 3rd to 4th place, trying to, of course, claim those valuable BSC points as well. So some exciting games, and pretty much all of them really close games.
Yeah, honestly, what a banger to end the day, isn't it? Zeta Division versus Navi. That is going to be spicy. And also, you know, A&R versus SK, because I said last week that I think A&R could go all the way and be that team to really, you know, just cause a dent in Zeta. Well, today, SK is going to be their first test, in my opinion. But as Ben rightly said, Sonny, you know, BSC points are on the line here. You know, if you make it to Gamescom Cologne, you're going to get, you know, a portion of those points. Talk us through the leaderboards and how things might be shaping up to be.
In the end, all of those teams we see here already collected some points, but there are 100 points on the line for this Snapdragon Pro Series as well. SK just coming short here on the 8th place, does really need those points in the end, as well as A&R. Reply Totem isn't here, they're becoming short on those points. And then of course we have Zeta Division. They can really cement their spot in the first place here if they get those points on top.
We're making a big shift in the Snapdragon Pro Series big time because, like you say, Reply Totem and Fantasy, they are not in the competition running. So expect to see that changing a fair amount. And obviously, you know, in the SPS leaderboards as well, which we'll take a look at in just a minute, Trav, you know, we are seeing such big shifts along the way here. And, you know, from last week coming out of, you know, Challenge Day 4, this has changed a great deal.
Well, 1 and 2, Zeta Division and A&R are running away from it off the start. Let's put it that way, 4-0. They're looking absolutely brilliant. But from there, it starts to get a little bit more packed in down this mid portion. Navi 3-1, SK 2-2, and then we have the 3-1 and 3s. Every single game from this point out is going to be so influential for these teams wanting to get a little bit further up this leaderboard towards the top 4 for Gamescom Cologne. And obviously, FA Mr. Dozer down there 0-4, not looking the best, but they still have a long, long dream. They've got to win all the matches and dream for the most perfect tiebreaker ever.
Yeah, I feel for them. I really do feel for Mr. Dostar because I think it's fair to say the score lines that they've had in the past don't really reflect that on the leaderboards. You know, similarly with Humble as well. I feel like they've been teams that have really shone, but just haven't quite landed the mark when it comes to the leaderboards. And as we know, Trav, you know, brutal with it. And you're right, you know, results are what matters. In that same idea, I'm quite surprised to see that SK 2-2 because, you know, we were discussing prior to the show how SK could have absolutely been that team on a 4-0. And now they're in a bit of a shaky spot. And today's an important day for them as well. But going back to Challenge Day 4, which, by the way, was one of my favorite challenge days to date. So many highlights from that day, and A&R could have stolen the show and just had an entire segment of their own. But Sonny, kick us off with Navi and SK Gaming. This was a fierce back and forth.
It was definitely SK Gaming equalizing the score in the second game, but after all, it's going to be Navi taking this one 3-1. SK, we talked about them so often already, looking so strong in recent times, but Navi still took it in the end. Maybe it just wasn't their meta. Today, we're going to have a new brawler incoming.
Well, after that one, we saw Team Queso against Zeta Division, and Zeta, they swept it up quite quick. They swept Team Queso under the carpet rather fast, and they looked good whilst doing it as well. We'll say we saw a little bit of fight back every now and again from Team Queso, but when they did, it seemed like Zeta Division always had an answer for it. You just saw in that bounty game, they started to bring it back and then got cut short. And that's just something Zeta do time in, time out. They're always on top of the game.
And then we had Foot Esports versus Mr. Dozer, where this one was surprisingly really close. Foot Esports should have probably won with a more convincing fashion, but took them to the last set, where things got a little bit dicey in gem grab, unfortunate circumstances, but Foot did come off victorious in the end. And, you know, Foot Esports should be looking to kind of capitalize on that momentum here because it's the most important time right now. It is grudge time, and they need those vital points.
Yeah, tough times, really, isn't it, for Foot Esports? They cannot miss a step now. And, you know, towards the end, I've got to say, you know, I felt like Mr. Dostar were going to have it, but unfortunate circumstances, like you say, and A&R versus Humble, this matchup, honestly, it just had it all. And I felt like Humble were going to walk away with it, to be honest. I thought we were going to see a huge upset. But, you know, as quickly as that, you know, A&R started to bite back. They see 2 sets up from Humble's, you know, slow and sluggish start, let's be honest. And they were able to come through with a 2, but A&R got the 3. And that leaves A&R undefeated at the moment. And like we said earlier with the schedule, they face SK today. That is going to be a huge matchup, Sonny.
It is definitely going to be one of the favorite matches today, and one of those that will also lead the way towards Gamescom. Who will make it in the end? Very important one, of course. I do feel like maybe the shifts we are going to see today is going to change a bit. We do have a no brawler that is going to be in play today, and over the past 2 weeks, we had a shift every single time to what were the brawlers that were picked most.
Well, before we get into the first matchup, Trevor, I've got to lead on from that to discuss a bit about Cordelius, because, you know, as Sonny says, it is playable today. How are we feeling about that particular brawler in terms of the meta? Because I've been playing it, and it is an absolute menace. Do you see it high on the picks, high on the bans? Where's your head at?
I mean, both. It's going to be picked if it can, and it's going to be banned out the majority of the time. Let's put it that way. I'd imagine it's probably going to be higher on the bans than it is on the picks. You know, we've seen Shelly with a 92% ban rate across that last week, and that is absolutely immense. I maybe expect something pretty similar for Cordelius as well. He's been very, very strong and doesn't really have that many poor matchups.
Yeah, we were discussing backstage, Spen, as well, and you know, Cordelius has got some weaknesses, though, for sure, to be exploited. But you know, the ability to kind of, you know, take away a player from the objective is a very key component to a brawler that we've not really seen come into the competitive scene before.
It'll be very interesting because there's so much kind of unknown about Cordelius, because of course it is his debut at the moment. But for me, I would expect a higher ban rate because this brawler is as good as Shelly, if not better than Shelly. So I'm expecting a lot of bans. Probably won't get to see him too often, but at least there probably is going to be some sort of way to counter him. Just, I think on certain maps, probably a bit too open. So, you know, like maps like Shooting Star, you probably won't see him.
Yeah, exactly. Map dependent, I think it's fair to say, Sonny, right? And, you know, I'm just kind of curious to see where that particular brawler kind of sits within the space. And, you know, the ability to cycle, I think, is so much at the moment, especially with a gadget which has got the ability to mute. That has been a big talking point within the community.
Yes, definitely it was. It's basically a node to super now in form of a gadget. It's not as long, but still a very strong asset to have. I do feel like there are some brawlers that don't rely completely on their supers and their gadget to prevail in a 1v1. Maybe even a Shelly could win in the Shadow Realm whenever Cordelius puts you in his super. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, especially on modes like Brawl Ball. If you just, snatch away the ball and the whole playing field from the brawler that is standing in front of the goal, it's going to be a tough one to score even.
Yeah, and for me, you know, playing it a lot in the game, I've noticed that, you know, the ability to take someone off the objective of hot zone, you know, how do you approach that? Because ultimately, you know, it's great to be able to deprive those valuable capture points, but then that brawler is going to, if left untouched by Cordelius, be returning back to the scene of having that 3 versus 3 matchup. And, you know, you can leave your opposition at a disadvantage by kind of leaving that situation to occur, Trav. And, you know, I just kind of wonder how that's going to affect the competitive setting.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. You've got to pick the right moment to do it, but for the majority of the time, you're gonna be in that Shadow Realm, you're gonna get the kill, you're gonna get another super quite quick after that and keep on moving forward. So, you know, in the short term, it might affect your team quite heavily, but in the long term, when you start to chain those supers, you're gonna be in a really good spot.
Well, let's move on a little bit and touch on our first match of the day, and it's going to be Humble versus Mr. Docile, Spen. Starting with Humble, what have you kind of witnessed and seen from this particular squad, and what makes them so dangerous when it comes to this competition?
I think Humble are such an underrated team. They took a lot of close games, to be honest, especially the A&R match as well. Like a 2-3 in close fashion. Considering they were using Filippo as well, a substitute, I think Lukey might be back, which should be a key point. Hopefully that'll make him a little bit stronger. But yeah, Humble are just as good as every other team here.
I think it's a really valid point, Son, if you want to touch a bit more on that as well, because we've seen the rosters changing up a little bit, but Tomsy, Lukey, Cyclone, and Filippo. Filippo's been playing actually really, really well recently.
Interesting to see that we have 2 players from One Trick Ponies, the team that did play in the splits, didn't quite make it. Now playing in both of those teams, right? Humble and Mr. Dosa is going to have a player each, Shiaku and Filippo. Well, Filippo probably not playing today as Lukey is back, but still. And both of those teams also have a history of not quite making the point. The scoreboard doesn't really reflect how close the games have been, however.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that, you know, but at the same time, I feel that, you know, you said Filippo did an absolutely incredible job, Ark, and I definitely agree, but it's kind of a question of if they're able to get, you know, the work done with him, then they're going to do well with Lukey as well. And I think, you know, they may have been put at a little bit of a disadvantage playing with Filippo as well as he played, even got a win on the board for them. Now that they're kind of past that, they should excel from here and kind of keep on getting more wins on the board.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And the fact that as well, that Jaku was also on Team Humble as well. So I feel like there can be a little bit of mind games outside of the game as well. Jaku being on the team of Humble, He knows kind of the brawlers that they're good with. He knows kind of how to play, how to communicate. So it'll be interesting to see whether there'll be that kind of grudge match, and especially because FA Dozer haven't even picked up a win yet, so they'll be looking to try and secure their first win.
I think you raise a really valid point when you know an intimate team like that so well. You know, it can exploit the weaknesses and also be aware of the strengths. But moving on to Mr. Dosar, of course, Sonny, you know, we felt for this team quite a lot last week, and you know, but these are exceptional players nonetheless.
Definitely so. We have Emmerich, Salty and Dorian, and then the addition of Chiaku for last week. And my heart was bleeding last week for them when Salty didn't catch the gems there in time. Well, his bot didn't. And now they have the time to redeem themselves. Maybe against Humble, they will score their very first point.
They need to redeem themselves because it's now or never, you know. They've got to start making something happen or they're going to be out of the competition faster than they can really think of. You know, they had some great fight against FUT Esports, both of them in a bit of a tough position. I believe Salty didn't really have the best of Wi-Fi and Linane was actually on vacation as well, so didn't have the best connection. So it was a pretty even matchup, and I think that showed in the scoreline as well. But for them to be able to put up a decent enough fight against FUT Esports, who were 0-3 at the time, let's not forget, but they had the 3 hardest matchups, it's a good performance from them, but still yet to see anything on the scoreboard. It's quite sad for them, but they've got to start making a move.
So the last team these guys faced off as well was in the Split 2 Open Finals, where Humble came out victorious, 3-0 sweep. So maybe we might be seeing the same here. Humble seems to have a good matchup against FA Dozer, but for me, it's going to be entirely crucial for both teams because FA Dozer, they can't afford to lose any more. Humble, they're 1-3 at the moment, so I feel like they need to as well win this game. It is a must-win for both teams, so I'm excited to see this matchup.
As am I, absolutely so. Before we move into the draft, it wouldn't be the Snapdragon Pro Series without some predictions, really, would it? I mean, I'm looking at you, Trav, but I'm going to start with Sonny. Where is your head at when it comes to this one? Who do you think is going to take it this week?
Well, we didn't have a lot of sweeps yet, and they're going to continue to go with that, of course. I'm going to say Mr. Dose at least takes a set, so it's going to be a 3-1 for Humble.
Interesting stuff. Trav, you know, you are the predictions master, as we've seen time and time again.
Never.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm sure he'll be the first to disagree.
Disagree on the spot. I'm just going to completely rip off Spen's statistics here. He's done me the absolute pleasure of bringing me some wonderful, wonderful stats, and I'm going to go 3-0 yet again.
Sweep.
Yep.
That makes Sonny sad. Spen.
Well, Trav just ripped me off there. I mean, I was going for the 3-0 as well. I mean, they've, I think, faced off twice, both 3-0 sweeps, so I'm thinking of 3-0 as well. A nice, clean sweep.
For Mr. Dosa, right?
No, for Humble.
Okay.
Fighting talk.
Sure.
I mean,
I had to make sure.
I think it's customary for me to stay away from the predictions. It's safer that way, isn't it? But that doesn't dwell well for you, Sonny. I mean, the guys are predicting sweeps here, and you know, I know that you are very much against it. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they took 2 sets from FUT. They had 2 match points even. Didn't make it in the end, but they're getting stronger and stronger every single week. So might as well be that week that they take a win.
I think this is going to be a close matchup, honestly.
You should predict 3-1.
We don't talk about that.
What's going on here? Complete backtracking and we don't allow it.
The thing is, I need to keep my statistics going. I think they're better than yours. We can count. Maybe production can show us something, but yeah.
That's what we need. We need like a definitive scoreboard so we can then just hold people to their word, right? Absolutely so. But I got to say, back to my point, I do feel like these teams are actually very closely matched. 2 that we've discussed previously already that have had very, very close scorelines against commendable teams. And they have been on the leaderboards just, you know, underperforming just a little bit, but I don't feel like it's necessarily justified. They've got some good results. They've got some great rosters behind them as well. And, you know, I think this one could potentially go all the way here today. That's just me. I'm not going to put a number to it. I'm going to stay well back because it's just the, you know, just easy way out, isn't it, for me? But, you know, ultimately, you know, I think the introduction of Cordelius could make a difference here. And I think it's going to come down a little bit to whichever team has had more time kind of practicing with that particular brawler and working it into their strategy as well. Because ultimately, you know, if you've got a game plan in mind and maybe even some early counter ideas in the back pocket, that can go such a long way when it comes to draft, Sonny.
Definitely it does. And draft does take 70 to 60%. We're kind of uneven there. But again, Mr. Dosa have been looking stronger and stronger over the past few weeks. In the end, they did lose every single time they played Humble so far, but they also did lose against any other team in the Open Cups.
That's a good sign.
Now in the challenge season,
I was going to say,
now come full around. Now in the challenge season, they're taking some sets from very, very strong teams that are high up, not only in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but also in the BSC. teams with a lot of points on the line, and they're taking some sets for them, 1 set more every week. So now it has to be 3, right?
Impeccable logic. But no, I do feel like, you know, perhaps some of the inexperience kind of shows through a little bit with Mr. Docile when the pressure cooker really is high. And I'm looking forward to today for me to see them kind of get over some of those little signs of nerves. There's little small, tiny mistakes that can be very catastrophic when it comes to those big scorelines. And Trav, you know, I know that you care greatly when it comes to the sets and landing them. And I think they're going to get more than like swept, personally. That's just me.
I mean, I think it's a possibility, and I think mainly because, you know, Humble haven't been playing with the main roster. They're going to have probably been scrimming with Filippo. You know, Luki's been off the scene for the past week. They might need some time to adjust back to him being in the roster, and I feel like maybe they could drop a couple of sets off the start because of that, but once they start to get more comfortable, once they start to get more in the groove of having him back again, I think they'll probably walk away with it.
I think Trav raises a great point there, Spen, actually, because ultimately, you know, synergy is something which can be disrupted along the way, a little bit here and there, and, you know, adapting around those things and kind of getting back to business as usual. There's a draft actually coming in, and this is where you're going to shine, Spen. Dueling Beetles, take it away.
Yes, as you can see already, Humble are banned out, Shelly, Bonnie, and Crow, so quite expected. We have Lou and B and Ems on the side of FA Dozer. So the first pick's already coming in. We have Stu on the side of Humble. Straight away, that was one Brawl I was thinking of straight away. Luki, he's known for his 0 ping Stus, so we're definitely going to see that on the side of Humble. And then Poco early on for Mr. Dozer.
I do like that they are building everything around this Poco, banning the 3 breast counters already to the pick. And now with the first pick, Poco looking strong already. I think Mr. Doza, where they do shine is always the draft. I do also like that RT coming in now from Humble, though. They do have a lot of aggro band out there on their side. So with Stu, with the speed booster, RT can do even more. And yeah, Mr. Doza really needs some damage output now.
Yeah, I like the RT as well. You know, it's got the range, it's got the close proximity when you drop in the legs, it's got the damage there as well. So I feel like it's very versatile on a map like this where you need to sometimes play range, you need to sometimes play that close range as well, and especially with these unbreakable walls that are on this map, that kind of 1L on either side, always going to be there. So it's definitely beneficial to have the adaptability.
And we've got Jesse coming in from the side of Mr. Dozer. So Jesse, I would say it's a bit of an underrated pick when it comes down to Hot Zone because, yeah, sometimes she can struggle, but once she gets her turret, especially on a map like this with the unbreakable walls, it can be really punishing. And I think the reason why they picked Jesse as well is to take it away from Humble because actually one of the best Poco accounts is Jesse's. So pretty interesting there to see what we're going to go next as well. We could go with some other area control brawlers as well. You've got to kind of take the brawlers that counter Poco in this sense. So maybe expecting something like a Lou or something like that.
Lou's banned out, but I see your point there. I was about to say I would love to see a Pam come in now. So much HP, so much healing on their side, and I think that's also the reason why they banned out the Jessie actually. Jessie, one of the best counters, might be also to Poco, but especially to Pam. Squeak is going to be the last pick now for Humble, but I do like Mr. Doza's combo a bit better.
Okay, well, Trav, Spen, you're going to take this one away, get your vocal warm-ups underway, and give us your big shouty voices.
What an intro right there. What an intro to the cast. Shouty voices, that's what we do best. Looking at the draft though, Spen, who do you think's coming into this one favoured?
To be honest, it's a bit of an awkward one because I feel like Squeak can counter the likes of Jesse and Pam pretty easily, but at the same time, Poco, Pam, so much HP, it's going to be a lot of zone time straight away for these guys. So it'll be interesting. I feel like there's not one clear kind of choice here.
Yeah, well, we'll see who does come out on top of this one now. We're in Humble's point of view down at the bottom. Speedo instantly placed down and some good shots early on from Luki as well. Brings Dorian to about half HP instantly, and Cyclone down this left-hand side, just containing Emmerich there as well.
Yes, the early matchup is surely going to go the way of Humble. We've got the residues to go down for 10 seconds for that slow, so it's going to be a lot of area control right there. Dorian going down straight away with a good pinch, and straight away as well, just going to take a long time to get that turret. So I feel like early games is really going the way. Cyclone is getting super weak, a really good scrap sucker on the side of Emmerich, but Luki's still with a control on 30% lead here for the side of Humble.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. They can get the kills all day long down the left-hand side there if they pinch in, but the rest of the map's going the way of Humble. Going to pick up that mid again, and Dorian really not done anything yet. Salted down this right-hand side, trying to make a move. Tomsy just trying to hold down this residue for that last play. In case Mr. Dozer starts to push back, they can throw it straight down that mid, and now I believe he did just do that as well, stopping the Poco and allowing Luki to kind of excel on his own through the mid here. Gassiel's keeping in the mix. Cyclone almost bringing down Emmerich, but so Luki's going to do it for him.
Yeah, Luki is just dancing around everyone at the moment. Salty's still without his turret, and Humble are just walking away with things at the moment. I mean, we predicted a sweep, but to come off this strong at the moment, looking like they're going to close the last percentages here, and FA Doza just kind of gave it up at this stage. So a big lead, 93% in the end. Humble coming off strong in the first game of the first set.
I mean, considering Luki's playing the mid and didn't actually go down a single time, I don't think, especially when 3 people are pitching in on him like that, that just goes to show how strong he is on this brawler and how capable he is of just staying alive. And both valuable things in Hot Zone, as you see here as well, just completely dominant by Humble all the way out. And as you said, we expected a sweep, but possibly not this dominant of one.
Yeah, so we're going to look for kind of the way FA Doza go about this. We need to try a different game plan, because obviously what they tried last game really didn't work out, but it's kind of the same old here. You can't really stop the residue gadget. There's no wall break on the side of FA Doza, and it's just the same again. Luki is just popping off in the middle. Cyclone going really aggro here. He gets the kill, and it's a full team wipe for the side of Humble, and it's looking really bleak for the side of FA Doza.
Well, Tomsy throwing some shots down. Got a good super off as well, bringing Poco quite low and stopping him from coming up for quite a while now. But Cyclone, he's got the super as well, so he's got the availability of dropping these legs. Over the right-hand side, though, we're going to say goodbye to Emmerich, and Salty's going to get gadgeted down and taken out too. All pinching down, and we don't even see a single percent this time. At least we got 7 for Mr. Doza in the previous one, and it looks like another Humble dominant game here.
Yes, could this be a 100-0 on the first game? At the moment, it's looking just like that. Cyclone pops his super, and now with the unbreakable walls, he's just basically a jack-in. There's no way they can remove him from that scenario. Durin going down again. Emmerich, he's going to try and pop his scrap sucker, but there's just no way on earth that they can even get a single percentage here. And Humble, very convincing fashion. That was one of the fastest games of Hot Zone I can actually remember. 100% to 0, 100 to about 7, was it?
7, yeah.
I mean, that's enough said.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an unparalleled start from Humble there. You just can't be matched by pretty much anybody. If you get Hot Zone over that fast and put your opponents at such a disadvantage, and they're going to be scared after that one as well. You've really got to feel for Mr. Doza, but Humble just coming out swinging and looking so good whilst doing it. I've got to ask you though, Spen, why do you think that was so one-sided? We came into this one questioning, we maybe didn't even know whose draft was better. Do you think it was just they got outplayed, or do you think now that we've seen it play out that something's wrong with the draft? I mean, obviously they got a kill. That could be the issue.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need kills to kind of progress your way onto the Hot Zone, so maybe that's the big issue. But to be honest, I just think it is Luki on the stew. He's just so good in the middle, and just a residue gadget, they had no answer to it. I felt like they needed a kind of game plan to kind of overcome the squeak gadgets, but you know, they just didn't have it, unfortunately. They didn't have it, so maybe they just need a new mindset, really. They need to brush that one off, because this could be dangerous for them, because if they get into their own heads and start kind of raging and getting down, this could just be one of the fastest games we've ever watched.
Which is kind of what you expect after just being dominated that hard as well. You expect to, get into your own head, start raging, start, maybe throwing a bit of a tantrum in voice chat, blaming people. And if it comes to that, then they're not going to be in a good position going forward, because this was all Humble to start with. We'll see if they're able to answer back in one of the next few sets. But if it carries on like this is going to be possibly one of the quickest 3-0s we've seen in a while. And although, we mentioned over in the social area that Humble might have had a little bit of a hiccup, reintroducing Luki into the roster and re-subbing out Filippo after his break, it doesn't seem like that's the case at all.
No, it don't look like any hiccup. It just looks like they've picked up from where they started, basically, with Luki being one of the more common players in the game right now. I would say that he's kind of like the Joker of last year. I think Luki kind of picks them kind of low ping, really skillful brawlers, and he tends to carry a lot of the time. I feel like Luki is a very good player, but we should be moving on to the next set here in Double Swoosh, where I feel like this could definitely play more into Mr. Doza's hands, because it's gem grab, a lot of bushes. I feel like if they need to basically get a clean slate.
Yeah, start a clean slate, and also I'm sure Double Swoosh as well. I won't say less skillful, because gem grab, you've always got to be skillful and carry those gems, but there's a lot of bushes, as you mentioned, and there's a lot of different things that can happen within them. A very lucky Gene pull, lucky Tara pull, something like that, a tank moving forward and just catching you off guard. Anything can happen with these bushes, and the game can be turned on its head. So even if Humble dominate as hard as they did there, if they don't carry those gems until the last second, then Mr. Doza can turn it around, and it can all be a bit of an issue for Humble, rather than them just being able to carry on and dominate it out through like Hot Zone like they did just then.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm excited to see what they kind of go here. We didn't see any Cordelia span or anything like that, so maybe he wasn't the strongest on Julian Beatles. We'll have to wait and see whether he pops up in this draft. Maybe he's not even playable, but we'll have to wait and see. But same old kind of what I'm expecting with the next map, to be honest. I'm expecting to see the same type of brawlers, you know, the Jeans, the Shellys, they're kind of pushing up into the bushes. Those type of brawlers, they're going to be pretty good. And one thing I'd like to note about last time on Double Swoosh is that Mr. Dozer actually, you know, they kind of went for like an off-meta pick. They went for like a boost or something like that. So I'd expect that with Mr. Dozer. They need to try something risky here because it's quite evident with the first game that it's probably a little bit of a mismatch here.
Yeah, that's the question. If they go for something risky and possibly get dominated, I won't say dominated even harder because it's quite hard to get dominated harder than that. But if they get dominated even harder, or if they go something risky and it pays off, that's, you know, kind of the make or break decision that they need to decide on. Bans are in. They've got the Shelly, the Bonnie, and the Tara. From the side of Mr. Dozer, we've got the Squeak, the Stu, and the Mr. P. Well, it's quite evident that they didn't like a good portion of Humble's last comp there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can make that a point, right? Squeak and Stu banned out, and definitely two toxic brawlers, but straight away picking the Crow. Crow, of course, is notorious for a map like Double Swoosh because just his main attack's able to scout out. Of course, you've got the poison, you've got the slow. You know, Crow's just good into pretty much everything, and even if you don't pick up a mid in the draft, you can just throw Crow in the mid, so he's versatile in every single way. And straight away, Humble picking up the Gene, of course, probably the best brawler in terms of vision. Although there's so many brawlers that counter his pull right now, at least the vision gear and just being able to scout the grass is just such a vital tool.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Gene. I think you've kind of got to take it as your mid here if you have the chance. Obviously, with stuff like Penny still on the board, with the Salty Barrel being able to tank it, Pam, I mean, Mr. P's obviously off the board, and B being picked up by them as well has that Honey Molasses, so that might be kind of the reason they're going for that. Or if they're just going to try and completely outrange the Crow and keep him out of the game by just staying out of the way of him, avoiding those that poison not being detected in the grass.
Yeah, make a good point. And to be honest, I'm pretty surprised that we're not seeing the likes of Amber already. You know, Amber, although she's probably the best counter Tara, Tara's not really here. I feel like Amber would be a really good way to push up the map, to scout the grass. So, of course, throw your super onto the mid, especially with a brawler like Gene, right? Gene's going to be hiding everywhere in the middle, waiting for his pull. If you pick an Amber, well, they'll go with a bow instead. Just kind of like that theme there where you want to destroy the mid, so you know Gene's not coming, you know he's not lurking. So that's a great counter for Mr. Dozer straight away. And probably I would expect something maybe like a Pam, maybe like an Amber. They need to be wary of a last pick here from Humble.
Yeah, that's the thing though. You know, if they take Pam or Amber, I think B can, you know, dominate them down the lane quite heavily if they do choose to go for that. You know, a couple of hits and they're going to be under a lot of scrutiny there as well. So it's a tough one for Mr. Dozer. They've gone with the bow though. Does have that capability if using the totem to tank the Gene pull, which is one of those things that we mentioned a little bit. They're going to go for the Chester. It's been a while since I've seen this brawler, but you know, we said they had to bring something special out.
Yeah, I mean, there's special and then there's Chester. I mean, surely Jargo's got to be playing here. I see him try and vouch for Chester all the time. He's probably the one person that thinks Chester is good out of the entire world. Like, I mean, so we'll have to see whether it pays off. He's a risky brawler. At least this is probably one of the best maps to pull out the Chester because he's got that kind of wide attack where he can scout the grass. At least he can be quite sneaky in that sense. And, you know, Humble close things off with Amber. So for me, I would much rather have the Humble drafted.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say as well. I think I prefer all three of the brawls, maybe with the exception of Crow, to what we've got over the Mr. Dozer side. Not the best of drafts from them. Again, I would say it's going to be heavily dependent on a turnaround, or if the Crow can just get control and keep on dominant and keeping him in spawn with that slow and toxin. And we're going to need to see a lot from Chester. No matter how much faith Jiaku maybe has on it, I'm not sure if I carry the same faith along with me going into this one.
Yeah, because I just feel like as well, he's going to get scouted out, right? You've got Amber, you've got Gene, you've got B who can outrange. I just feel like Chester, his best matchups are tanks. So when he's not facing tanks, he's probably going to get destroyed. But anyways, we might be eating our words here because we're getting into the game. We'll see how things really go. So it's actually Salty on the Chester. Maybe it's just Yaku in the voice chat telling him how good Chester is. So kind of the same old in the middle, just both kind of gems going back and forth, how it usually is in Double Swoosh. And both teams kind of having a feel for the map here, trying to build up their supers. And at the moment, nothing really happening.
I mean, Cyclone gets a couple of convincing hits there, one onto Emmerich, one onto Dorian, but now gets hit by the poison, has to back up as he's going to be scouted out. See the right-hand side, we're going to see Tomsy fall against Salty as well, showing us the power of that Chester, but Lukey can't be too far off a pull now. And with that totem placed quite aggressively, I'm not sure if that was just because he expected the pull to be coming very, very soon, but I feel like it's maybe a little bit of a waste for the late game.
Yeah, for the late game, as you mentioned, especially once those gadgets start to burn out, Gene can he can get an easy target onto pretty much all of these. So far the gem count going will just even out for him. You see Cyclone with the Honey Molasses down the left-hand side. Slow and Dorian not really getting too much value right here. We see the matchup on the right-hand side. Tomsy getting weak. Salty pushing through with the heal super as well. And Tomsy's actually going to go down there. So Chester with a really important pickup. Now they can start to close in and get some map control. Another takedown onto Cyclone. Lukey having to push back. And the Bowmine's in the middle. So it's looking really good for Mr. Dozer here.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, with Lukey missing that pull especially, it's definitely not looking good for them. The Bowmines are going to come and hit both of them. And the follow-up shots from Emmerich are beautiful as well. Gets one of them down, and Lukey's too low to really contest anything. I feel like we need to see more from Tomsy here. Getting this right side under lock. Salty's going to start burning down. I believe he does survive that, but actually with those hits, he is going to go down. Start to free up a little bit of pressure. And the gem lead's actually not that much considering the control he had, but Lukey almost hits another Bowmine again. Going to try and bait these ones out. Does have his pull back now as well. So that's something to really be quite scared of if you missed the Dozer.
Yeah, that was looking really scary for Humble, though. They was on the back foot for the most part, but they end up getting control in the end. Those two Bowmines might come back to bite them right here. Cyclone pushes it forward, goes for the slow, gets the pull onto Emmerich as well, and he's going to go down in the end. Dorian with a good kill, but he's too low HP. Salty getting the super in the end, stunning Tomsy, which he's going to be able to give Mr. Dozer a second life here, but it doesn't even matter actually because countdown is here. But one gem should be, well, two gems should be enough here for the reset in the end. So it's looking very even at the moment. We're looking for that pop-off moment to really get some pressure here.
Yeah, Humble looking a little bit more healthy, and there the Bowmine gets baited out as well. 3K's going to be there for Cyclone as well, but does actually miss it. The burn down on Salty, he's going to fall, and Tomsy now might be able to start aggressive for that. Lukey's got to avoid that super as well. There's the slow. Great shot from Cyclone to finish that kill off, though, and they're surely going to be taking this first game here. Mr. Dozer nowhere to be seen. Lukey sitting comfortably with that with 11, and Tomsy with 5. They're going to take the first game of Gem Grab, but it was a long battle for it.
Yeah, that was a long, exhausting battle. For points in that game, I felt like Mr. Dozer was going to maybe snatch it, but then, again, at the most crucial part, Humble they just take an extra gear, basically, and they take the first game of this Gem Grab set. And we've seen kind of Lukey always not really getting baited out at all by that bow totem. So good plays from Lukey so far, and we'll hopefully be seeing a lot more Chester pushing up this right-hand side. Salty playing really well on the Chester, to be honest, but it just wasn't enough because Cyclone on the left-hand side was just popping off on the Beast. So again, we see kind of Cyclone making sure that Crow doesn't enter this bush right here, and he'll be trying to get some pop shots into the middle here, but we see straight away Salty taking down Tomsy. So again, Chester maybe secretly pretty strong, Trap.
Yeah, I was going to say, considering how much we were roasting him coming on into this, he's been playing the best out the side of Mr. Dozer here, but Lukey's actually going to have that pull. Going to see the gadget pop by Tom to start making some moves there, and does actually get the takedown. Is very, very low, though. Has to be cautious of Emmerich, and he is going to miss those shots following up. Pull availed from Lukey in a great place to that Honey Molasses from Cyclone, but the pinch coming in now should fall down, but they might get the shots in here to be able to turn this one round. Emmerich not going to get pulled in. Salty burnt up once again, and available for the pull. Is there for the taking, but the heal comes in, and he's just going to survive this one out a little bit longer.
Yeah, the gem lead going 6-3 in Humble's favor so far, and that's going to be a miss pull, actually. I thought he was going to connect that, but maybe with Chester's extra movement speed was able to evade that. Now we see Dorian pushing it down the left-hand side, but Cyclone's playing unbelievable. Lukey with a takedown onto Salty as well. Good slow from Cyclone and a takedown as well, and it's just Emmerich in the middle. He's trying to advance through the bushes. He needs to make a play right here. Somehow gets Cyclone down and actually just barely survives somehow. Salty with some really good pressure as well. They're trying to make it as messy as possible here. Dorian, he is lit on fire, unfortunately, but all things considered, they go back to the drawing board, but Humble look like they're in the driving seat for sure.
Yeah, 9th gem spawns on their side as well, and they're going to pick that one up quite fast. 1 gem now until countdown, and obviously if Mr. Dozer don't come and play some aggressive Brawl Stars, then they're going to be in a tough position as this last one's going to start on Lukey's side. Oh, there's the pull, and he doesn't even see it coming. No gadget dropping there to defend it. Salty's low on the right-hand side. Slow down on the left from Cyclone. Beautiful plays from Humble, and this is surely going to be the second set. Jump comes in from Dorian. Not going to hit the gem carrier. Not even going to scout him out, and he's going to be flying under the radar. Lukey feeling that confident as well. He's saying in his face, uses the knockback, and takes set number 2 home for Humble.
Yeah, wow, that is very convincing fashion in the end. Again, I felt like Mr. Dozer had some good moments in the game, but throughout, especially the second game of that set, I felt like Humble were definitely the strongest. They were in the driving seat. They kind of dictated the tempo of that game, and that is what good teams do at the end of the day. So going into the third set, Mr. Dozer really needs to get this reverse sweep because else they're looking to go 0-5 overall, and nobody wants that. So it's going to be tough for him to come back from this, I've got to say.
Yeah, I will say that at certain points, Mr. Dozer looked pretty good. They had some good control. I feel like maybe they just over-aggressed and overcomplicated things rather than just holding them in spawn, you know, occasionally getting caught out by some supers or some hits from the B. Looking at the stats, though, Humble are a lot more confident holding those gems in comparison to Mr. Dozer. 32 picked up and only 2 dropped in comparison to the 36 picked up and the 28 dropped from Mr. Dozer, and less damage along the way as well.
Yeah, you can see Humble, they're a lot better in terms of the gem carrier. They're a lot more safe. I would say that the gems were in safe hands definitely for that game. Humble, I mean, I did expect them to sweep, like you mentioned as well, but I didn't expect it in this fashion because in the previous game, we're literally, well, in the last game day, we had Mr. Dozer face off against Foot Esports, and that was such a close game. I would say that Foot are on a similar level to Humble, so I'm quite surprised by this one. Maybe we see Jaku come in the third set. Maybe that's a good addition because I really liked him last time when he played against Foot Esports. He had a lot of good moments with Carl. I feel like they're missing kind of that X factor right now. That is what I would kind of put it down to.
Yeah, I do actually agree with you as well. If they bring Jaku in, they will probably stand more of a chance. But you've also got a question as well. They might just want to play with their roster. You know, they've come into this, they qualified, and they do deserve to play it. It's just a question of how much they're going to want to try and get to Cologne. Because Jaku, skillful-wise, mechanics-wise, I think you'd probably put him, you know, towards the top of this roster. But maybe they're just sticking faithful to their original roster and hoping to play out for the victory. But so far, it doesn't seem like they're going to be playing anywhere near to the victory as Humble. The first set was so convincing. Mr. Dozer bounced back a bit in the second, but just didn't have the composure to play it all the way through. Yeah,
that's the key point you mentioned, the composure. I feel like Mr. Dozer are a pretty new team to kind of BSC and also just like the top tier 1 competition. I feel like they're pretty new, and I'd say Humble are more established, so maybe inexperience might come into play here. But at the same time, I feel like they're definitely doing themselves justice. They're putting up a good fight. It's just, like you like to put it, what matters at the end is the win. Like, it doesn't matter how you play. It might be a really close game, but the thing that you're caring about the most is whether you get them wins at the end. That is what qualifies you to the LAN. That is what qualifies you to earn that cash prize.
Yeah, I can't remember who said it earlier, but I love the way they put it of, you know, Humble last year is what Mr. Dozer are this year. You know, they're that upcoming team. Next year, I've got great hopes for them. You know, last year, Dogster Lobster were just on the brink of Worlds, and that seems pretty much exactly in the same spot as where Mr. Dozer have been this year. So if they carry on like this, even if they do take loss after loss after loss in the Snapdragon Pro Series, I've got high hopes for them in the new year. But going on into this next draft, Spen, what do you make of it so far?
So far, we have Squeak, Poco, and Amber banned out on the side of Humble, and we have Tick, Ems, and Crows. So Brawlers, I would say they're pretty expected in terms of bans. And straight away, we have Gene as a first pick, Gene on Infinite Doom. Again, this is such a bushy map, even though, you know, his pulls aren't going to connect onto Brawlers like Brock and Tara, who they did pick. It's just a vision, just being able to scout, not being scared of going into the bushes. That's what you want with Gene. That's what you want on a map like this. So straight away, probably 3 of my favorite picks on this map, because Brock, he can open up the map. He can escape certain things with his rocket laces. He can scout out with his Incendiary. Well, it's actually baseline now, so that's pretty good. And Tara with the pets, and we see as well Humble picking up some really aggressive picks.
Yeah, I do like what Humble have brought to the table here, but I kind of feel like Mr. Dozer's not countering each other, but with Tari, surely you're going to want the grass there, you're going to want to fly under the radar, can't play at the range that Brock can, and then they've brought in something that's going to be breaking up with gadgets and super. I don't feel like that's the best combination, but also at the same time, you don't want to let either of those drop into the hands of Humble, or as their comp's going to be even more solidified. But I do like what Humble have got. I like the Max, you know, it's going to have some good movement, the phase shift out, going to be able to get out of some bad situations with Gene scouting and max speed. It's going to be great, but we're going to see the Ash coming in as the last pick from Mr. Dozer. I like that a little bit more, but I feel like we've got to ensure that the Brock does not break this map.
Yeah, it's a bit counterintuitive, isn't it? Like the Brock, as you mentioned, and also with the Ash, you don't want to break it up when you've got a tank on your team. I just feel like the scouting capabilities are definitely there on Humble, but it could be quite dangerous, to be honest, because Ash has such a big amount of HP, and, you know, brawlers like Gene, Max, Janet, they really suffer in DPS. So I kind of like this pick, but they've got to play it really well, because if they lose positioning when you've got a Tara and Ash on your team, they're just going to get domino effects. They're just going to get spawn trapped, and they're not going to be able to escape it. So pretty interesting. Also, one thing I'd like to mention is the Janet. Like Janet, you don't really see Janet too often. Ever since she got nerfed, she's kind of just fell off the face of Earth, literally. But I think the reason why they picked Janet is the scouting, you've got the gadget, and you've also a decent counter to the Tara. So straight away, we see Humble pick up the blue star. They're getting quite fruity in the middle, but so far, they're able to kind of escape things with a Max Super and a Gene Pool straight away. So some really good combinations, and straight away, Mr. Dozer on the back end. And again, probably spawn traps right here.
I mean, this is the opposite of what Mr. Dozer wanted. They wanted to control, they wanted the grass on their side, and yet again, Humble are in control of the match from the early on stages. Tomsy got 4 over his head though, so it can be turned around quite quick. There's another one, make it 5, as Tomsy picks that one up with a little bit of help from Cyclone, and they're just pinned in spawn. Dorian surely needs to make a play here, and it might even be beneficial for them to break up the map at this point.
Yeah, they need to try something. Maybe just something a bit inconvenient and try and catch him off guard, but straight away, Emmerich, he's getting pulled again here. We see Tara with Super, but there's no point having Super here because she's just going to constantly get chipped down. Tomsy with 5 stars on his head. They need a full team up here to even stand a chance. They're switching the matchups to try and get the Ashe even closer, but he's just getting chipped down. He doesn't have the range to compete. And at the moment, it is just a free-for-all. They're just cycling deaths over and over again. The pool kind of getting wasted by Cyclone. This might be a chance for Mr. Dozer to at least establish some control.
The speed there, Luki so slimy, just getting away. Tomsy's going to come in, make it 6. Pull goes towards Luki. It doesn't even hit him either. Phase shift away from that. It's going to be Healing Shade as well. Emmerich's going to go down, and this is going to be done before the timer even hits 0. 1 kill off 20 stars now. Tomsy's got 7 over his head. If they make an absolute miraculous comeback, I'd be very surprised, as we do see Tomsy close this one out. And honestly, this is maybe the worst we've seen Mr. Dozer play against a team that they've probably got the most chance of winning. And this is really disappointing for them, because after this, they're going to hit the point of no return. And now it is literally now or never for them.
Yeah, they need to pull off the ultimate reverse sweep here. They're literally facing match point right here. They need the ultimate reverse sweep. And in terms of temperament as well, I feel like it could be kind of a tilting point, like I mentioned in the first game. I feel like maybe the confidence isn't there. We see they have the gameplay. They nearly beat Foot, so hopefully they can turn things around in it. And turn things around is what they do right here. Blue Star going away of Humble, but the Stars are okay. No, they're switching around again. Humble getting an important takedown. Dorian really weak. He has to back away, and Humble again looking to aggress onto the Ashe here. He's 10 HP. I have no idea how he survived that.
Yeah, I mean, the same with Tomsy as well, though. I don't know how he survived for such a long period of time. Luki, I don't know if that was maybe a little bit of overconfidence or just rubbing it in their faces that they're getting dominated so hard. Pull comes through from Cyclone, not back as well, and the follow-up shots do connect. Not going to hit that shot from Tomsy, though. Did go in for the super to try and finish it off, but sadly that base attack didn't hit and didn't bring him low enough to get the bomb off. But Emmerich pinned into this left-hand side corner, and with a pinch, just not in a good position whatsoever. We've got Salty with the break. Dorian doesn't have his super yet, which means Humble have got this on lock.
Yeah, Humble got on lock with 1 minute left. 4 stars victorious as well at the moment. And Cyclone with a really good pull, but Dorian's going to go for this Taurus super. Cyclone going really weak here. Somehow survives it. Dorian's going to eventually get the takedown, and the lead's going to go their way. So finally some control on their side. They need to keep it, though. They really need to keep it. Dorian's going to go super aggressive here. Gets another takedown. This is exactly what I wanted to see on the Tara. She's that pop-off brawler. You need your Tara to really do work, or else you're going to suffer a lot here. So 30 seconds left on the clock. 4-star lead. It's looking pretty good, Trap. Yeah,
another pull here as well from the Tara, so it's going to be tough for Humble to push out. They need to bait it. They need to make something happen. The pull comes in. Luki's not going to be able to get out of it. The speed doesn't get popped off either, but still, 20 seconds left, trying to bring them low. Emmerich going to push forward. Knockback from Cyclone, but still going to die to the Robotic Rat. Salty pretty low as well. Janet in the backlines, not going to find anything and going to go down. And this is what Mr. Dozer needed. They needed some change of fate. They take this one before the clock hits 0 as well, and add their first win to the tally.
Yeah, that's their first win. And maybe this is the confidence boost they needed. I will say, though, I feel like on the side of Humble, I feel like they're a bit too, I wouldn't say cocky, overconfident, I would say. They're like overextending, especially when they had the lead. Maybe that pull from Cyclone was maybe a bit too aggressive, because you haven't really got the DPS with Gina Max to take someone down swiftly. So Dorian playing exceptionally well on Tara, but we need to see it again. We'll see this mid-battle straight away for the Blue Star, and it looks like Mr. Dozer have got the upper hand here. They should slowly start to collect it. Now they do, and it's looking pretty sweet from now.
Tomsy quite low. Luke's going to have to face shift out that one and still going to go down. Wastes a gadget and loses his life. Not good for him, but they are pinned back in spawn. It is only 3 stars, so nothing they can't turn around. But if Dorian starts cycling supers from this position, it's going to be rough for Humble.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, and Emmerich is going in here. Finally on it, actually gets 2 kills to his name. Before, I was looking Emmerich to really do something because he was getting pinched consistently. Lukey going down low as well, and you can just see just the pure HP of Emmerich. He's just using it. He's just been really sneaky in the grass. Dorian goes for that pull here. Just get the double pull here. Lukey, really weak Cyclone, going to go down to the robotic rats as well. Tomsy having to use his super to try and get away, and the control is just so on the side of Mr. Dozer here. I can't really see too much way of getting back for Humble. They need this gene pool to connect.
I mean, it's 2 kills. It's definitely doable. Dorian going to push down this side, though, and Cyclone gets found out yet again, and just over-aggression coming in from Humble now. Don't need to be making these moves. Pulls there. They're going to go for Emmerich, though. That might be the kill they need. 5 stars on that one. He's got his pull as well. Not going to use it just yet, and the pull comes in from Cyclone. They get the knockback in the kill. Should reclaim some control here as well. Difficult position for Mr. Dozer. A lot of those walls gone down, and Ash is going to be having a hard time.
Yeah, my brain just hurt there. Like, Lukey being able to just wiggle his way through, and then Cyclone with really risky pull, but it pays off, and need to make the risks to really get back those stars. But 20 seconds left on the clock. We have Dorian with super here. It's going to be hard for them to really push through. Uses the super onto the Janet, though, which Janet's just going to super array. Lukey's going to get a lot of pressure. He's in the world of hurt here. Has to use a phase shifter. Unfortunately dies. 5 stars on the way of Mr. Dozer, and it looks like they might be able to take their first set. Cyclone with a nice pull, but it's not going to be enough for Humble. So not the clean sweep we was expecting. We get to see a little bit of life from Mr. Dozer. I didn't want to see a sweep. I predicted it. I didn't want to see it. Maybe this is going to be the ultimate comeback we're talking about, Trav.
I mean, it was a good look from Mr. Dozer in that last couple of games. Definitely a few hiccups from Humble as well, put it that way, but Mr. Dozer played it very well. They got control, they kept it. Emmerich started playing a bit better, and you know, with the Ash, we kind of expected it to be in a tough position. But he made it look good in the last couple of games. Went aggressive on the right people, got the right kills. Pull coming in from Cyclone there, could have turned the game around a little bit, but with how little time they had left, it really wasn't that much of a possibility anyway. No one had enough stars to flip the game as a single brawler. Looking at the statistics now, 38 stars picked up by Humble. 41 were lost. They did do more damage, but in the end, that's not what matters. You need that set coming back, and they wanted the sweep, but Mr. Dozer are going to deny it.
Yeah, Mr. Dozer deny it, and the thing is, I really just saw, especially after the mental after the first game, like I've seen a couple of them. I know it's probably without reach, sorry, to get the really first game of that set, but I felt like the mental was just gone. I was expecting Humble to really come out strong, get the sweep underway, and this could be dangerous. Them not closing it out could be one thing that haunts them in the end. You know, looking back on things, this could be especially dangerous because we're moving on to Kaboom Canyon, where I think Mr. Dozer are really good on heist myself, and in terms of the next game, you know, they've picked up 1 win. They're going to get momentum. They're going to get confidence. This could be pretty scary for Humble.
I honestly do think Humble are notoriously awful at closing out games as well. I think we've seen that throughout SPS and some of the Brawl Stars Championship as well. They get a couple of sets in the bag, they lose one, then their mental goes and they just lose everything. That's usually how we see Humble play out. So Mr. Dozer, they've definitely got a chance here. You know, when I said that Humble are probably their best chance of getting a win, they're just not playing it well. Now they're starting to play it well, I think maybe they do have a chance of beating Humble here. You know, if they're able to bring this forward, bring a couple more drafts, because even, you know, I thought Humble draft was probably better there for the most part. But Mr. Dozer made it work, and Humble do take a loss in that set. They just need to close this one out right here, or it might get too far out of reach for them.
Yeah, they need to close it out now, because once you pick up 2 sets in a row, that's when you're kind of leaving it out of your hands in a way, because momentum is a big thing in Brawl Stars. It's a very fast-paced game. The mental side of it, people don't talk about enough, but I feel like, if anything, these teams are just as good as each other. The players are just as good as each other. So the mental side of it is very important to me, especially, you know, considering, you know, some of my toughest times, I weren't the best mentally. So, you know, that put me into a tilt. I knew I was going to be losing the next game. This is what some players, like, don't need to do. They need to put themselves in a good mindset. If they lose one game, they need to just put it behind them and go into the next one. They need a good reset. So mental is definitely an important thing, and especially in this set right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's all down to the mental. It literally is a mental battle. As you said, these players, they're probably fairly evenly matched. It's down to the draft and the mental. That's just how it is. And, you know, if you're getting overconfident, like we did see a few times from Humble there, they definitely were overconfident, put it that way. We're not going to be going on to Infinite Doom, though, guys. The map should update in just a second. Bans are in, though. We've got the Crow, the Colette, the Grey, and then down the other side, the Eve, the Bonnie, and the Shelly. I'm not sure the map. We're going on to Kaboom Canyon. What are your thoughts on the first picks of Kaboom Canyon, Spen?
Well, we have the Brock, which is just notorious for heist, right? He's just good at everything, and especially considering the amount of damage you can do onto the heist safe, it's just a no-brainer, really, isn't it? Brock, heist, he's been there all the time. So I really like the Humble pick right here. Bell's always a brawler that is typically my comfort pick when I'm playing Power League on this map. If you're a good Bell, you can just wreak havoc on the enemy team. You've got the Bell traps, the nests in the middle. You've also got the fact that when you do get those takedowns, you've got the kind of ricocheting off the safe, which can be very dangerous if you get into a spawn trap. So they go with the Amber as well. So Amber is actually a brawler I don't really typically see on Kaboom Canyon. You know, Amber's decent here, especially with the addition of the Mythic gear, but I've not really seen it too much. So it'll be interesting to see how kind of Mr. Dozer react to this.
Yeah, we'll see what they do choose to go with, but at the moment, if they do just add some more range to it, then they should be able to deal with the Amber just fine. If they keep out of range, stay off those slows with that Mythic gear that obviously is pretty much being used everywhere if you are going to be playing with Amber. If they keep the range, I think they'll be all right, but you know, if they do choose to kind of go with something different, well, I mean, Daryl's still going to be decent. You know, if you get on top of an Amber, you'll be fine, and obviously you can just wait for your super the same as Amber. You pop a gadget, stand in it, then you're going to get your super. Daryl gets his super anyway, so it's kind of just be maybe a little bit of a stalemate on that lane off the start if they both do pair up against each other. But they do still have this last pick for both of the sides. Will still be on Mr. Dose for now, but then back to Humble for their last.
I'm interested to see. I mean, we've actually seen the introduction of 8-bit a lot within the meta recently on Kaboom Canyon. You know, notoriously he's good on Heist, but all of a sudden he's starting to come into the Kaboom Canyon meta. So I'm hoping for an 8-bit pick right here. We're going with a Griff instead. Griff is kind of like an off-meta pick in a way. Like, he's decent on a map like this because, of course, well, you've got Brock for it anyway, right? But you've got the wall break option to get yourself into the middle much quicker, but you've just got his star power business resilience, which is going to allow him to push up the map a lot easier. But you know, it's an interesting situation here for Humble. They have the last pick, they have the power position. For me, they need a bit of damage. You know, Amber's okay for damage, Bell is okay for damage, but they need that damage dealer. They could go with a tank, they go with an 8-bit, like I keep saying. They need some damage here.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And they're going to go with the B. They're maybe just all-out control then, because it's not going to bring that much damage in, unless you kind of rotate shot onto player, shot on save, shot onto player, shot on save. Then it's going to start doing something. Still not that much. But they're just going to have to control pretty much the entire game if they want to win this one, because Mr. Dozer, they have that one-push ability.
Yeah, Mr. Dozer have that one-push ability, and that's kind of the way that Heist goes. Like, I feel like teams can focus so much on control, but all you need is one attack in Heist. The main point of Heist, obviously, is the objective. You want the damage, and the damage is definitely on the side of Mr. Dozer, so I'd be scary of that. But the thing is, can they even get into a position to do damage? That's going to be the question here, because you have the B to shut them down. You've got Amber constantly putting her fire everywhere. It's going to be pretty difficult, but we'll see who's going to reign off victorious here. If anything, I'd still prefer the Humble draft, but it'd be interesting.
Yeah, the Griff definitely threw me off a little bit. I feel like whatever he does, Brock does better, and they already had Brock, so I'm not sure how much they really needed it, but Emmerich's going to manage to avoid pretty much everything there and stay alive, going over to the right-hand side to heal up, but now does fall quite low. Tomsy given a bit of room now as he pushes up this left-hand side, gets a few shots onto the Griff and starts to make his push forward, but Lukey now being caught off guard by Emmerich, but the nest egg's going to give him that kill, and with this damage gear activated, he is quite low and having to just heal up. No damage done yet, but all control is in the hands of Humble.
Yeah, all control on the side of Humble. Emmerich gets his super in the end, but he needs to pick his targets carefully because it can be pretty bad if you mistime that Daryl roll. A bit of damage going on the side of the Mr. Dozer safe, but that's going to be a takedown onto Salty as well, and now the damage can start raining in a little bit, but it's not going to be the world of hurt for Mr. Dozer. It's only Amber trickling down. Emmerich with a really nice super right here, does get lit on fire, and we see the other matchup as well going the way of Mr. Dozer, so they get a little bit of control their way, but can they really turn this control into damage?
Yeah, I mean, even if they just get a few Brock shots on safe, it's going to be evened out here. The same with a Daryl roll. They can even take the lead, but he's going to go towards Lukey here. Turn back around with that tar barrel and get some shots on Cyclone. Doesn't actually get anybody in the end. Lukey's going to survive this one out. Super's going to be missed by Dorian as well and break up some walls for Humble. I feel like that's going to help them out a lot in these kind of 1v1 matchups, allow them to pinch a lot more 3k towards safe now as well. And regardless of that control Mr. Dozer had, as you said, you know, they're not going to be able to translate it to any damage at all. And on the other hand, Humble are.
Yeah, like you literally mentioned about that Brock super, I felt like he went for a risky play. He tried to get the kill confirmed onto B. It was unfortunately he missed it, but now it's just going to allow Humble just to dominate a lot more, and it's definitely one thing they're going to look back on here. But we see Lukey kind of tap in, Emmerich is going to try and keep him low. He goes in here, but he's marked up. There's no way he's going to be able to do anything, so the control's still going the way of Humble. Takedown after takedown, and that's going to be another takedown onto Dorian. 50% lead here, full control to Humble. How are Mr. Dozer going to come back here?
I have no clue, but Cyclone is absolutely on one in this game, hitting so many shots and avoiding so many more. Lukey trying to follow up onto the safe, and now the damage comes through. Amber on the left-hand side, still sitting nicely as well. Lukey's going to mark up Emmerich once again, and that's been the story of the game. Just constantly marked up and taken down before he can do anything. Still 100% sits on that Humble safe. 10 seconds. Can they even do it, even if they're just constantly shooting at the safe the whole game? I don't think Emmerich thinks he can, but he is marked up as well. Slow comes down, Nest Egg hits, all the bee stings hit as well. And that's going to be Humble match point yet again. We'll see if they're able to close it out this time, or if Mr. Dozer are going to drag it back once more.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we're looking like Humble are going to take this one. That was such a convincing win. But, you know, we've seen as well in the previous set actually, how it went so one-sided to Humble, and then Mr. Dozer just out of nowhere just started dominating. So I'm hoping they've got some tricks up their sleeve here. Maybe they're swapping the matchup. Daryl, it is pretty hard. I would say if anything, he needs to go on to the Amber matchup because the Bell matchup just really isn't doing too much for him. He's getting tapped by Luki. Luki's so good on the Bell, but it's actually looking a little bit better here. Emmerich, can he sneak into the grass with the speed gear? Tomzy, he's going to say no to that. He's going to go down in the meanwhile, but at least get him a connection onto Emmerich, and he's going to slowly dwindle down. 150 HP. Can Luki confirm the kill in time? Cyclone's going to clean up. Dorian's going to go down as well. I think actually, no, just surviving. Gets taken down in the end, and now it's going to be a 3v1 scenario for Humble.
Yeah, so, you know, Tomzy might have gone down, the first player on the map to do so, but the amount he did for his team in the meantime was really, really influential towards Humble getting this control. Cyclone just juking up so nicely once again. The bounces off the safe and back onto Dorian. He's going to go down, and that's what you touched on a little bit earlier. It comes into effect here. Tomzy going to super towards the safe and surely burn that bit down. Emmerich going to walk straight onto the oiling ball as well. Not that much damage done, though. Mr. Dozer can come back from this, but it's the same situation as last time. Humble are just so firmly in control.
He's so firmly in control, but Emmerich with their super right here gets a little bit of a breathing space, but that's just going to be a beast low onto him, and he's crippled. He can't do anything. 90 HP though. Can he heal up in time? Cyclone's just going to walk into him and auto him. It's going to be an easy takedown, and now the damage is still raining in with basically a full 1 minute 30 control for Humble. A miracle basically needs to happen here because they're getting spawn trap. He's going to roll in Emmerich here, but all three players are going to target him, and that's going to be pretty much everyone dead. Just Salty alive here, trying to push back the enemy team. But there's a big deficit here they need to overcome.
Humble are feeling pretty confident about this game, and imagine Mark goes onto Emmerich once again, and the bounces are going everywhere, onto absolutely everyone, and it pays off as well. Cyclone going to get hit, but also going to get the kill along with it. Shots from Luki follow up, and the bounce onto safe yet again. Amber Royal onto it as well. Salty not going to get burnt up by that, but it doesn't even matter. There's 42 seconds left on the clock. Cyclone's going to get the slow. The shots are coming forward. One onto Emmerich, one onto the safe, and this is a Humble game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's like Humble's going to close it out here with the Bell ricocheting back onto the safe. It was completely dominant. Like, I didn't have any faith in Mr. Dozer there. The Daryl pick, for me, it just wasn't it. Daryl can be good, I would say more so as a last pick on this map because you need the right matchup. You need to be able to get pressure for your team. But, you know, for me, I feel like it was definitely a bit one-sided. What do you make of that match, Sonny?
Well, one-sided is the correct word, I might say. At the same time, Mr. Dozer did take a set. And I'm very happy about that, of course. I really want those stats going now, who predicted what. But yeah, Mr. Dozer, we were praising their draft. In Double Swoosh, for example, they did go for Chester, which I did like that they are showing us something new, but it just didn't work out. Now in Heist, it was very one-sided indeed.
Yeah, Humble started strong and ended even stronger, didn't they? I think it was like a 14-1 on the stats in that first game. Absolutely devastating stuff for Mr. Dozer, but not the sweep, Sonny, thankfully for that. But, you know, Humble today looked so good. They didn't really give Mr. Dozer a single look in.
Maybe it should have been a sweep, to be fair. I know it wasn't, right? I know it wasn't. I know. I'm well aware. Listen, I'm well aware Sonny got it right and I got it wrong. But you got to see where I can come from. It should have been a sweep to Humble here, really. They just played that one so much better in reality.
I mean, I was Sonny. I kind of liked the Chester. I didn't like the way that it was picked in the rotation. I think they kind of left too much for a response. And you know, I was thinking Buzz backstage was Sonny because ultimately, you know, Chester's a great thing to have to be able to assassinate at close range in the bushy areas. I get it. It's one of those brawlers that you don't tend to see very often, but it has actually a bit of a place on Double Swoosh. But I was pleased to see Mr. Dozer bringing it back a little bit. You know, that gave me some confidence. But I mean, in Heist, it was just so fierce. They just didn't really seem to have a response, and Humble looked completely at home, as you fully expect. You know, looking back, Spen, you thought it was going to be a sweep. Are you kind of happy with what you saw?
I would say in some instances, a little bit. I felt like Mr. Dozer could have put up a bit more of a fight. I felt like in some ways, it looked like they kind of gave up hope a little bit. Like, I know sometimes you might not have the best draft, but you've got to really try and use all your resources to pick up the win because they were in a do-or-die situation, basically. Like, now they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, 0-5. It's not looking the greatest for them. So I feel like they really needed to bring something to the game, but they're kind of... What they're doing wrong is picking the risky picks like as a 5th pick instead of a 6th. So it just left them to get countered too easily.
Yeah, looks like Season 3 may not be the season for Mr. Dozer, but it may very well be the season for A&R, who are up next versus SK Gaming. You do not want to go anywhere. This match is a banger. Be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Well, we are one game down, 3 more bangers still to come. Up next, SK Gaming versus A&R, one that I've been very, very excited for. Got some news though as well. Alex is in for Mabius this week round, or at least today for A&R. That could change things. Let's start with SK Gaming though, Trav. You know, these are household names. I mean, if you don't know SK Gaming by now, where have you been? You need to come back to the Snapdragon Pro Series more often. They are surprisingly on a 2-2 at the moment, which I've got to be honest, you know, I was surprised to see. But with that loss to Navi last week, it's had a knock-on effect, and they need to win this.
I mean, to be fair, they lost against Navi and Zeta. Like, that is 2 fair losses in my opinion. Regardless of the fact that you don't want to lose at all, if you're going to lose to some of the better teams. iKaos, Yoshi, Ope, and then Pedro down there as the coach and the substitute. It's a really, really solid roster. You know, they've been showing us some of the best Brawl stars that we've seen all season long, and they're really starting to get into their own through BSC. They've only recently started to emerge thanks to Ope's help.
Well, OP definitely added something to the team. They now built up some chemistry as well. EUR and SK Gaming did face each other very often in the past. In the first split, it wasn't enough for both those teams to qualify. They both had to play both the first and the second split. And in the first one, SK losing every single time. In the second one, suddenly losing even in the open finals upper bracket. So SK is getting stronger. Maybe they take it again today. Well, you talked about the roster already. EUR now changing back to their old roster, actually.
Yeah, which, you know, is definitely not a bad thing at all. You know, EUR have had some great results, but they've also had some falterings with this roster, actually, I think, going back to the open final stages. Spen, you know, maybe it's, as we know, it's one of the most dominant players on this roster. How do you think it's going to affect them today, going up against a team like SK Gaming?
I feel like definitely the playstyle probably needs to change because Mebius is actually one of the best, like, aggressive players in the EU, maybe even the world. Like, since he came into the kind of scene recently, like, he's took it by storm. He's such a good player. So I expect maybe a bit less aggression on the side of EUR, but they've still got really good players with Nob and also Rama.
Drops coming in, Trav, what do you see so far?
Well, I'm seeing a triple Grom ban, which is a rarity, I'll put it that way. But I imagine maybe it'll be Cordelius. That might be the ban that they've got going on there. Bonnie along with that as well on that side. Then Grom, Ruffs, and why am I forgetting Brock's name? What's wrong with me today? Something's going on. Bell is a first pick. What do you make of that, Sunny?
I guess your spine's not tingling today,
Yeah, no,
Trev. Not helping you getting the brawler's name correctly. Bell, definitely good pick here, and Dueling Beatles is going to be our first map once again. Is that true? No.
Safe
zone. Okay, safe zone is going to be our first map here. Bell, definitely good mid here, but they lack some damage for now. Colette coming in now from SK Gaming. I do like that pickup. They have already some damage onto safe.
Yeah, definitely like that pickup so far. Colette is just guaranteed damage when it comes down to heist. It's the one game mode where she always excels in. It's just instant damage, and if you can keep up the pressure as well, she's got the gotcha gadget as well to keep her alive and topped up. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how EUR actually respond to it, because you can't really go tanks into a Colette. That's what EUR like to go. Even if it's not a last pick, we tend to just go Buzz or just tend to go Daryl anyways. So maybe this is something that SK have kind of looked into.
Yeah, I will say, you know, I think it's a solid pick. And, you know, Spen mentioned earlier on that they might not be playing as aggressive, and I think that's a very, very solid point as well. He's such a big part of the roster map, and I feel like it's going to change absolutely everything. It's going to make SK the favourites, I'd say, in comparison to a usual game where EUR would probably come into this one favourites being 4-0. This might be, you know, a bit of a hiccup in their run throughout this competition. I'm quite scared for EUR, to be honest.
Scared, but also excited to see it take form. Sunny and Spen, you're going to be taking this one. Do you want to head over to the desk and guide us through the action?
We will gladly. Oh, you're...
Yep.
I wanted to take you on a leash, but I guess we're not doing that today.
No, we're not doing that today. I just did a Kenny. Like, I saw Kenny do it. I was like, I'm not going to do that. And then I just did that. But
happens to the best of us.
Yeah, happens to the best of us. But we've got an amazing game on our hands right here. We talked about already what maybe is the missing factor maybe here. As I think Trav mentioned, I feel like SK are actually the favourites here. We didn't even do any predictions. For me, I would actually say SK should come out victorious here. Probably like a 3-2 fashion.
Interesting, because EUR so far without a single loss in their hands, and you're still saying SK is going to take this one. Today I do have to side with SK as well, so I'm going to go with you. I'm going to say it's a very close one, so 3-2 situation here. We just assumed Trev said it's going to be a sweep, so he's probably wrong with that. He's going to go with EUR 3-0 sweep. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, we're still waiting for them to enter the very first map. We still have some time to talk about the rosters. We were talking about that EUR might not be playing as aggressively today, but SK is very much known to not play aggressive either. Do you feel like this first map, Safe Zone, is already going to be a long one?
It could be. Like, SK are known for their control, right? When we're talking about SK, straight away I think of control. I think of Brawl ball. I think of cornering the ball. That's what I think of SK a lot of time. You know, I've been on the receiving end of that, but I feel like there's still a lot of aggression on the side of EUR. Like, Alex, I used to be a really big fan of Alex. He used to be such a good player last year. I don't know what's kind of gone on behind the scenes, but anyways, we have the game right here. So we've got Ope on the Daryl again. Like, this guy is consistently on the Daryl, so pretty interesting. If I was to say who is probably the favorites in terms of this, in terms of the draft, I would actually favor EUR here, Sonny. What do you think?
Well, we did see SK Gaming pick up the Colettes first after they picked RT. I assume Daryl is last pick, and I do like that Daryl pickup. We don't have really anything on the side of EUR to go up against it. Ope is showing us how strong this brawler really is. Nob is one shot there. Again, I don't really know with who to side with here, because I do like both sides have some damage output. I feel like SK Gaming has more in their hands, simply because they have Colette and Daryl. You're saying EUR. Why is that your favorite draft here?
Mainly just because of the EVE matchup against Colette. Like, I feel like a good EVE player can actually keep the Colette at bay, but saying that, Chaos just gets the super onto the save. That's guaranteed damage right there. And now OPA is going to roll in onto Rama. Really good roll. Alex is going to go weak as well. That's going to be more damage confirmed. But on the other side of things, we have Nob in the corner. He's going to be really aggressive. Yoshi gets him out in time, but now the control going the way of EUR. Can they keep this control established? We see the patching actually come into effect here. It's going to waste a little bit of ammo from the Daryl. Not going to be really doing too much here. Great takedown onto Alex. And now we can see Ope perhaps looking for that Daryl roll, and Chaos confirming more damage now.
Supers available for all three members of SK Gaming. Ope going in, Chaos another super onto safe, and they have a small lead. It's not a big one here, only 7%. EUR can still recover from this one with 50 seconds left on the clock for them. Rama and Nob now slowly pushing up. They do have some control. Ope rolling in there, getting the takedown onto Rama. However, Nob on safe, giving EUR the lead.
Nob is just amazing. In terms of his aggression, it's just second to none. The way he can aggress, the way he can get pressure for his team is absolutely amazing. So the quadruplets come into effect. It's going to waste a little bit of ammo, but OP with a really nice roll and a good gadget away from Alex. He's going to be able to get some pressure. Yoshi's looking for the auto aim here. Another getaway gadget right there. Nob with a kill. And now the controller is going the way of EUR. The damage raining down with 20 seconds left. It's looking at full EUR control here.
Well, SK needs to push up any time now. 15 seconds left on the clock. The push needs to be there now. Ope and Chaos need another super on to save. Otherwise, this is definitely going to be EUR's game here. The first set, the first game. Well, with 4 seconds left on the clock, I think I'm safe to say is going to go towards EUR.
Yeah, I mean, towards the middle of the game, I felt like it was a bit of back and forth. But for me, again, Nob just getting so much pressure. And that's always the way that heist goes, in my opinion. The team that can get the most pressure normally correlates to damage, right? So if I was the side of SK, they need to be making the aggressive plays first. They need OPE in that pocket, in that right-hand side. But now they're actually going to go for the switch up of the matchup. So like I mentioned in the first bit, I feel like the EVE matchup onto the Colette, that was probably the kind of thing I was scared about. They're going to swap the matchups right here, but this is just going to allow a lot of feeding on the side of Alex. He's going to be able to get his super quite quickly, and Ope is having to retreat here quite early on.
We have on the EUR side constantly defense with Eve and Debel on the other side. We see Chaos time and time again defending, although he should be the one on safe doing some damage. Yoshi pushed up there in mid, trying to go up against the Eve babies, now cornered, probably falling there in the top right-hand side. EUR with the lead here, and a lot of pressure from mid incoming it.
A lot of pressure coming, and the quadruplets, they're going to be rolling through the middle as well. OPE finally gets the takedown, but that's just so much damage raining down. About a 50% lead, near enough. Ope is going to be looking for the roll here onto Cole. You know, he's pretty decent against the Cole, but he needs to time it right, because if he actually is too early on that, then Nob can get his super and kill Daryl pretty easily. So he's going to roll in here. Maybe Nob's close to super and can take him down. He's going to get taken down by all 3 players on the side of EUR. Chaos with a good super, but I feel like the control is still going to go the way of EUR. Good super from Yoshi here. It's going to allow him to get the takedown, but surely they're going to be able to kill his split here. But Ope is just going to go through the middle, get some more damage. And how is Yoshi still alive? He has no range. Eventually he's going to fall down. And now, you know, things are pretty even, Sonny.
Ope just doesn't care at all about the opponents. He's just trying to go and save Chaos, another super, and still EUR in the lead here. They have full control. It doesn't look like SK Gaming can recover from this one. This set could already go the way of EUR here. Maybe with another push-up here from Chaos and OP. They both are ready to go in mid and go do some more damage. Chaos falling there. On the left-hand side, we have Yoshi finally getting rid of Nob, with only 8% left on SK's safe.
Only 8% left, and Alex is going to go really aggressive. Bell's going to get the important taps onto the safe, and that's going to be the EUR victory right there. A lot more convincing than it thought, considering they've just kind of picked Alex up in a sense, like maybe this is their main player. Normally it takes maybe like a couple of games, a couple of sets to warm up, but they just came out firing here, and Nob again in the corner, consistently getting pressure for his team. I just think everyone on the side of EUR just played so well, so maybe the chemistry they had before, you know, it's just like picking up from where they left off.
Probably EUR looked very strong. I have to point out Nob though as well. He was really just wrecking the save of SK Gaming, taking the star player in the end rightfully. We have a look at the stats now. EUR with a few more kills, it's not that much, a bit more damage. The stats don't really reflect how dominant that was. Taking the first set 2-0 is gonna give them some momentum now.
Yeah, it's going to give some momentum, and things could get pretty scary for SK because A&R at the moment, they're 4-0. They're like pretty much the best team here in the region because of just the results they've got. Literally, results speak for themselves all of the time. And A&R, I just love the way they play. Like recently, I played the qualifiers, me thinking I could be a pro again, and these guys destroyed me. Like I thought they were good.
You are a pro in our hearts.
Yeah, I'm a pro in my heart, but like facing them, like they really gave me a beating. My ego was down to the floor after that because I could just see the team synergy. It's like they all know what they're doing at the same time. They don't even have to second guess each other. And that's one thing I was really surprised about A&R. So, you know, for me, they're my secret favorites here.
We have kind of the same fate. We faced them twice with my girls.
Yeah.
They didn't stand a chance, but it was fun regardless, which in the end, it is a game. It's supposed to be fun, and A&R is having a lot of this right now, already taking this very first set, meaning they gain some momentum, maybe winning against SK Gaming today. For both of them, it's so important to take those points home that they can win in the finals at the Gamescom. We did see A&R in the 7th spot, SK on the 8th. We need some more points going, otherwise it's going to be hard for them to prevail and come into Worlds.
Yeah, like you just mentioned, like these guys are literally neck and neck in terms of BSC points as well. So this is a big grudge match, especially for SK. Like they're 2-2 at the moment. You've got other teams maybe catching them. Humble picked up a victory. They're literally on the same wins now. So for SK, I know it's probably one of their hardest matchups, but they need this win. But anyways, we can go into the draft. We've got the Squeak, Shelly, and Greyban on the side of SK. This is actually Infinite Doom, I think, by the way. And then we also have Amber, Jean, and B banned from A&R. A Crow first pick straight away is definitely the best brawler on Infinite Doom, in my opinion.
I have to disagree there. I think the best brawler on this map is Terra, and she's still open here as well. We do have the Crow pickup from A&R. Still the pickup from Poké there from the side of SK. Usually, Crow is picked into either Max or Poké to counter it. What do we make of this spend? They still go with Poké, although the counter is already on the field.
Yeah, I guess they've got a game plan here. They can use the other gadget. Of course, it's called off the top of my head, but it's the gadget that's able to alleviate...
Tunes?
Yeah, that's it, protective tunes. But able to alleviate all of the adverse effects, the Crow slows, the Crow poison. True. And that's probably going to allow him to push into the bush a lot easier. So Crow, he doesn't have the DPS as well. That's all things considered. So Ems, Poké, both pretty beefy brawlers. They're going to be able to just run into the grass here. It's looking pretty hard for A&R. They need some big heavy hitters here, or else they won't be able to deal with the amount of HP on SK.
Yes, we have a lot of HP on the side of SK. We are also lacking some range, which I feel like could A&R use to their advantage now. Going here with Pam, having some heals themselves and some, well, fake HP on their side. Brock now gonna try and open up the map, and that's exactly what I was referring to. With the lacking range that SK has, A&R just needs to open up the map, and they are gonna have some trouble. They need something to go up against this comp. Maybe a Bell, maybe Chessie could come in because of the Pam. Just something with range, please. Yeah, they
definitely need the range for sure, like you mentioned. Like, especially on a map like this, it can just be a domino effect. So they need some range to really counter it out. To be honest, I was literally about to mention Bonnie. I was about to give myself some plaudits there. Bonnie, pretty good against... Yeah, I'll give myself some fake plaudits. Well done, Spen. But anyways, I think Bonnie is pretty decent. She can feed super from the Pam. She's at least okay against Brock. Like, only a couple of taps from killing him, really. And the Crow, it's all right. So still a lot of HP here from SK. That's probably the game they're trying to play here. They're trying to get into the middle. They're trying to solidify and stay sneaky. So let's see how it pans out. Honestly, who would you side for here?
Tough one. I again have to agree and disagree with you on that one, because with Bonnie, you have the Pam with Scrapstalker. You can jump away with Rocket Laces on Brock. You can jump away with Crow when you have Super. So can the Bonnie really get some value? Maybe in the last few seconds if the distance isn't too far, but I have to side with A&R here.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually favor A&R composition as well. You know, I've got to agree with you. But we just see the pure HP running down. We've already missed the first few seconds here, and 5 stars already on the side of SK. That's what I'm talking about. They've got so much HP. Their game plan is so clear. They need the early game. But as the game goes on, as Nob is able to break open the map, it may be different, but that's going to be another kill for Chaos right here. He's on 4 stars already on the M's. And Alex already pretty weak. He activates a gadget, which was probably a little bit of waste. I mean, it's probably going to be wasted anyway. There's a Poké protective tunes on the field. But still, Chaos, he's going to get another kill onto Nob here, and that's a 9-star lead already going the way of SK.
Looking great for them. A&R slowly but steadily breaking up the map. No, Nob with no more gadgets there. And SK in a good lead here. EUR just needs a single push though. If they get the takedown onto Chaos here, maybe even OP, they're already on their way to taking back the lead. But so far, SK with kills left and right doesn't make it easy for EUR. Another kill comes down. Ramos falling as well. 50 seconds left on the clock, and EUR without a single kill.
Yeah, EUR without a single kill and without a single hope at the minute. It's looking pretty terrible from so far, but a PAM turret going down here. Maybe with the addition of the Mythic here and the extra healing, they can actually push up. Yoshi's doing a fantastic job of pushing forward. He's going to get scraps suckered, but OP just realizes he's now just wasted his gadget. He can get a free kill right there. Fantastic. Chaos going to go in aggro here, gets the kill, gets 7 stars. He is going to go down, but it's just such a big lead. He can afford to go in. OP just gets the final kill anyway. That is a really fast game from SK, and then looking to make amends for maybe some mistakes they made in the first set.
Well, Spen, we both sided with the comp of EUR. That does make us look like, well, we don't know what we're talking about. I still feel like we might. So EUR still has a chance to come back from this one if they only get the start a bit better off. SK just walking in here, a lot of HP in their hand. Yoshi with protecting tunes indeed, like you predicted here. Both of them are falling though. The last man standing from the side of SK also falling now. EUR with mid control can break up the map and be a bit more slow with it as well, a bit more patient. SK Gaming will have a tougher time even than they just had pushing into this open map now.
Yeah, big open map. OP is going to jump in here, but he's going to be jumping into a PAM turret. But somehow, SK get a double takedown kind of out of nowhere. That was kind of insane right there, but still the lead on the side of EUR. But now the control going away of SK with so much HP, it's going to be pretty hard for EUR to then push back in. They had so much control at the start. I was really rooting from there, but now Yoshi can start to push up. OP with so much HP, pops the Sugar Rush right here. He's going to get some good shots onto the PAM. Rama going really weak, has to run back. Nob trying to pop some shots off here, but Chaos with a really good aggro opportunity there, gets the takedown, and now the lead going the way of SK.
Chaos really shining on that Ems at the moment. They already collected the most stars in the last game now with 4 stars again. OP giving his team those windows they need, those opportunities. He gets them low, and then Yoshi and Chaos take the kills here, just cleaning up after their teammate. 12 to 9 stars now. SK Gaming is in the lead, 40 seconds left on the clock, and EUR looking into getting the opportunity to push back in here. All 3 have super coming down from Brock there. Oleg still looking into jumping in, but all 3 members of SK Gaming still full HP.
Yeah, still full HP. A Poco super as well to work with. And the thing about the EUR comp, they haven't got the DPS to really take them down. They've got Crow and Pam, who are just tickling them at the moment. They're sitting behind the wall. They're looking really fancy. And now Nob has no gadgets or super available to break open these walls with 15 seconds left. 3 stars all they need. They can actually focus their attention onto Yoshi. He's still going to use his super here, maybe to heal up OP. OP jumps in. Really good team synergy. And there's just no way that EUR can actually get enough kills in the end to actually revert this lead. So now SK Gaming with a convincing win right here. I mean, I didn't really see a 2-0 in this set. Like, I thought the compositions were quite similar in a way. Like, I thought like, evenly balanced, but SK, maybe we just don't know what we're talking about at the moment, because that was very dominant.
They made it work, definitely. Chaos especially shining. He does get the star player in the end, and I feel like he earned it, doing the most kills here in his team and putting on so much pressure on EUR. I felt like EUR has enough HP to push up against SK. They can break up the map, they have the range to work with, but in the end it just wasn't enough to go up against this heavy, tanky comp from SK Gaming here. Well, this makes it an equal scoreboard now, 1-1 in this matchup of those 2 giants, and everything's still open. We both said it's going to be a close one, right? Yeah. Trev didn't. So, already looking a bit better. Looking at the stats here, Spen, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, the stats speak for itself. There's so many deaths on the side of the EUR. I just felt like a map like Infinite Doom it's all about the start, basically. It's about established control in middle, and then it's just like a domino effect, unless you've kind of got some good plays to turn things around. But more often than not, it doesn't happen on Infinite Doom. It's definitely kind of a rare map in Bounty, to be honest, because normally it's more longer range maps. You think of maps like Shooting Star, it's normally kind of long range, the action's at the end. But Infinite Doom, the action is all the time because it's such a messy map. But I kind of like it. It's a big switch up. At first, I wasn't a fan of Infinite Doom, but now I'm liking it. A lot of different compositions, like you're seeing Tara and Ems in Bounty, which you don't typically see. Actually, maybe on Canal Grande, but it's good fun to watch as a viewer. It's definitely a lot more fun than Shooting Star.
it's not a lot more fun, but it's definitely different. We weren't a fan at all at the start of the season, just when it entered the competitive map pool, but I do like it now just because it gives it another variety of brawlers. Next map we're going to watch is going to be Pinhole Pond, also one of those maps that is quite bushy. We have some great options here as well. Ems could be played here as well as Crow again, so let's see what those two teams are going to pick up. And I'm still waiting for the first team to pick up Cordelius. He's been open all the time, not picked up. In our opinion, one of the best brawlers in the game right now, if Shelly's banned. But yeah, I do feel like Brawl Ball might be one of his best modes.
Yeah, surely we've seen the Cordelius. I mean, we had to double check at the break to make sure these guys know that Cordelius is in play. And he's in play. I mean, unless we're going crazy, he's in play. We're not seeing any bans. We're not seeing any kind of action at the moment. But like you mentioned, Brawl Ball is definitely the best game mode for Cordelius because it's so easy to charge his super. Maybe teams haven't practiced it. Maybe teams are a little bit scared to go Cordelius because he's an assassin. He's probably a hot and cold brawler in a sense. Like, you know, if you get your first super pretty early, you can just domino it and just destroy. But against good players, can he get his super? That's one thing we kind of yet to even see to really know whether Cordelius is the best. But in my opinion, I think he's the best. I don't know why we're not seeing him.
Well, we all know who is the best. It's gonna be Trev. That's what he always says. I'm sorry. Sometimes you have to give him credit where credit's due. Pinhole Punch, as we said, next map. Let's see what those two teams are going to show us in terms of draft. Maybe they're going to show us finally. Or Cordelius, maybe they're just going to go with the flow and pick whatever they're good with. We talk about it time and time again that sometimes you have to go for comfort picks over meta picks. Cordelius might be the best brawler in the game, but if you haven't trained with him yet that much, you maybe feel more comfortable with, we saw Stu, Luki being played on the Dueling Beetles. If you just feel comfortable on a brawler, you just carry the whole game.
Yeah, you make a really good point, to be honest, because it's a lot different. But when I'm playing Power League, I'm like, I don't want to go a brawl I'm not comfortable with because I know I'm just going to be throwing. So that could be the same with Cordelius in a way. If they're not confident, they're not got enough reps in, maybe they're just not confident on the brawlers. So it'd be interesting to see what we see on Pinhole Punt because it's the map I really like. It's kind of like the staple to kind of Brawl Ball competitive, in my opinion. This is the one map I kind of look for when I'm like my favorite map. But anyways, we're getting to the bans here. We see Poco, Carl, and Crow on the side of SK. Ems, Crow, and Shelly. So both teams banning out the Crow. They don't want any of that. I mean, he's very strong at the moment. So, I mean, we've still got Cordelius open here. Will we see him?
We'll figure it out later on. The three brawlers I mentioned that I do like to play in this map, Ems, Crow, and Shelly, all three banned out by EUR there. Stu is going to be the pickup here for SK Gaming, as we just said. Sometimes you just feel comfortable on a brawler and you can make it work. I don't feel like Stu is going to be the greatest pick on Pinhole Punch. You don't really have that scouting possibility. You have a single shot. And Terra's still open, Ruff's still open. EUR has a lot of options here still in their hands to play against the Stu.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Like, Stu can be a good brawler. Early on, it's kind of hit and miss. Sometimes the enemy team can just draft something ridiculous and counter Stu so easily. Like, for example, EUR loves Sam, and Sam just absolutely destroys Stu. So it'd be interesting to see what route they really take because in some scenarios, Stu can just be so frustrating to play. So we've got some picks coming up pretty soon. We see a lot of Tara now in the meta. That's one thing I wanted to highlight as well. Like, Tara is the brawler that kind of sneaks through the ban period. Basically never see Tara banned, but is pretty much one of the best brawlers when it comes down to gem grab and Brawl Ball, and someone I'm seeing pop up in scrims more than anyone. So for me, I'd like to see a Tara. We see a B being picked up here, and I'm not too sure who the other one is.
Maybe it is a Tara, and that's something very important you're mentioning here. Those brawlers that aren't like top 5 in the meta never get banned out, but always picked up here. Stu is one of those brawlers. B, to be fair, has been shining over the last few weeks in the Snapdragon Pro series, but she's still not worth a ban, I feel like. If you have a comp in your mind, B is not going to be the brawler that you want to ban out, except you maybe want to go triple tank. Nobody does that nowadays anymore. We have some aggression now, or much rather damage output now from SK coming in as well. You do need to pair Stu with something that has a lot of damage.
Yeah, you definitely do, because the biggest weakness to Stu is that he doesn't do any DPS. So like you mentioned, Spike is a perfect kind of complement to him. Spike, we've seen a little bit more in the meta. We've not really seen him outside of Heist as much as I'd like to since the recent changes to his fertilized star power and also to his popping pink cushions. But the good thing about Spike, which I actually like, which is pretty underrated, is the fact that he can kind of switch up his build. More often than not, you will use Curveball and Vision, but maybe if they just go such a tank-heavy composition, you can actually switch to Fertilize and get some values. So they go with a max as well. So I don't know. NA isn't the biggest fan of Max. You know, me, myself, I'm starting not to really like Max too much, but at least Brawl Ball is Max's best mode. We'll have to wait and see. We see a Squeak pop up as well. What do you make of the draft so far for SK?
Well, we do know that Max is going to be one of the best brawlers that OP plays. So if he can break out, we did see that happen in the past as well, he can maybe score here. Cordelius is going to be the last pick for EUR, actually. I do like that pickup. Finally, we do get to see him. And again, I do feel like this is going to be his best mode. So let's see who's going to do better. Which comp do you favor here?
To be honest, I like the side of EUR. I just don't think they've really got the DPS and the kind of scouting capabilities at SK. I'm just kind of worried from if they don't get control early on. What about you?
I have to agree with you on that one, but we did just side with EUR's comp before. SK Gaming took the set in a 2-0. Maybe they can turn around things here as well. I'm really having my eye on Nop right now. I want to see how well Cordelius is really going to do now. First time being in play in competitive in all times.
Yeah, the first time we get to see him. Let's see if he's actually as strong as we really think. Nob's going to go weak here. Yoshi's going to get really important takedown. And that's going to be OP actually slotting out into an empty net. So far, things going really well for SK. And that's going to be a max speed as well, going the way of them. We're going to see a Rattled Hive in retaliation for Rama. It's not going to really do too much, but he's got the star power to his hand here. Nob actually has super here. So let's see whether we can actually get some value out of it.
So far, so good for SK Gaming, taking over mid control once again. OP stays alive thanks to Shapeshifter there. As Super has its hands now as well. Yoshi gets hit by Nob there. Nob gets the better out of it, gets immediately taken out there. 2v2 situation. SK already 1-0 up, and they're looking into getting their second goal here. OP gets the ball. Maybe with a pass to Chaos, that could already be the score. Chaos gets taken out. What a defense from EUR.
Yeah, Nob getting the double takedown there. You see the super cycling from Cordelius, absolutely insane. Luckily, Yoshi gets a takedown now. That could have been really dangerous, allowing Cordelius to get into that dangerous position. Now Yoshi can start going on the right-hand side, getting pretty aggressive. So that's going to be another gadget kind of wasted, I would say, by Squeak. He's got no more gadgets left. OP is going to go pretty weak. He has to fall back here, but control's still going the way of SK. The lead still going the way of SK, so all things considered, looking pretty nice. They're going to manage to chip down Nob here. Good super from Chaos. He's going to give a slow onto Rama. Now OP's smelling blood here. He's looking for that goal opportunity. Yoshi's going to go in with a gadget, and that's going to be a really nice play. And the ball somehow finds its way into the net. That was absolutely insane team synergy there from SK.
Definitely. It almost didn't work out, but in the end it did. SK Gaming taking it 2-0 here. I do have to still say EUR's comp looks a bit better on paper. I do like it, but I now starting to prefer the comp that SK Gaming is showing us. We talked about it. They have their comfort picks. OP being such a good max here in mid, and not even letting Rama step inside the bushes. Now OP is low though. Well, that's Caster's Curse for you right there.
That is the Caster's Curse, and Yoshi, interestingly, is actually using the long dash, maybe to dodge the shots from Nob, but that's going to be a good takedown. Does he have enough HP? Actually, you can just walk it in anyway. Slot that one home, and a good retaliation from EUR. That's definitely what we were looking to see, but let's go pops from OP. He's going to get a lot of pressure, but the thing is, he can't really push into Cordelius. He's got that automatic super charge right there. He's going to get his super to hand. He has to be careful, though. Yoshi can dodge out of the way of it. Connects it pretty well. Both sides going to be pretty weak. Chaos doing his job in the middle here, keeping Rama low. Yoshi gets out of the realm and actually gets into a really good position here. So you can see how it can actually like hurt you in a sense. Yoshi's just gonna land himself into a perfect position and finds the goal.
1-1. All of a sudden, 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Both teams can still take this one. SK Gaming could break out here, prolonging their lead here to 2-1. EUR can do the same if they are continuing to play this good and Brawl Ball. Now with Rama and Alex, the last man standing. Rama falling as well. This is going to be SK Gaming taking Brawl Ball. What a quick goal here. I kind of was already scared and felt bad for SK as soon as I mentioned how good of a job OP does in mid. He fell every single time to Rama there. His two teammates got his back there. SK Gaming 2-1 up.
Or maybe Cordelius really isn't as strong as the community's making out, myself included. I thought this brawler was the best by far, but you've seen Yoshi definitely switching to star power. I think that's one matchup we need to kind of home in on, because the star power change, hardly anyone uses. I forgot what it's even called, because it's just not used that much anymore. Everyone uses gas to heal, but maybe the change allowing him to dodge the kind of super is good from SK. I really like this kind of forward thinking.
definitely. Again, they felt comfortable with the brawler they played with. I do have to say, I think Cordelius won every single 1v1 he had as soon as he has super anyways, even taking 2 kills in a row there. Maybe it was the Squeak that were just not as good against the Stu. As soon as SK Gaming switched the lanes, it was actually quite easy for them to win one of the lanes and then just OP, as I said, breaking out, running through with the max. They work out fantastically. I still would love to see some more Cordelius. Maybe the next map is going to be a bit better for him. Dueling Beetles once again here. First, we're going to have a look at the stats.
Yeah, the stats on the side of both of them pretty similar, I would say. Like, nothing's really standing out in terms of the stats. Damage a little bit on the side of SK. Like you mentioned, I think the Squeak matchup, I felt like he should have had matchup a lot easier, especially considering he's against the Spike. Spike's very squishy. I think Squeak can literally two-shot a Spike without the shield gear. So I felt like they could have been kind of abusing that matchup a little bit more. But as you mentioned, Cordelius won his 1v1s, but he wasn't really getting pressure. He wasn't like allowing his team to get into the bush. The control was always on the side of SK. Maybe if there was more pressure for A&R to allow Cordelius to pop off, maybe we can see some difference in a future Brawl game. But for now, his win rate's at 0, so it could be the worst Brawl in the game.
That's such a sad start to his esports career here. Finally getting played and not taking the game. Well, maybe A&R is going to redeem the Brawler later on. Maybe it's going to be one of the other teams we still have coming up. We still have 3 matches, well, 2 after this one. 2-1 up. SK Gaming does have the possibility of a match point now in the next set. Dueling Beetles, we'd see this map here before. Do you feel like there's some Brawlers that you definitely need to ban against SK here?
I mean, if you see how the Humble game went, it was just so dominant because of the Squeak. Like, everyone knows how strong the Residue gadget is, but Dueling Beetles is literally the best map for it. You've got 3 defined lanes. It's really hard to run down the lanes anyway, but then when you've got a Residue gadget there, like, I just felt like you just need to ban out Squeak. It's just too toxic on that map.
I have to agree with you, and important that you mentioned it. Squeak is also one of the most picked Brawlers from SK Gaming. Chaos doing such a good job at this Brawler. So I hope A&R listen to this man. Yeah, could help them in the long run here. They need to prevent the match point here, and they did do that last week already. They're really good at that.
Yeah, I mean, they're all pretty good at that. We've seen A&R have some close runs so far, but the good thing about A&R is that they stick it out to the end. Even when maybe they have a bad day, they can still overcome that because they're such a good team. But maybe the kind of roster change is making its effect a little bit here. We spoke about how there's fine lines between a lot of teams in Europe right now, and maybe the roster change probably came at the wrong moment for A&R, but they still have a chance. They can easily win. We've seen they did it in convincing fashion on, I think, the first set. But yeah, I'm interested to see how things go in Dueling Beetles, because it can go one way or another depending on the compositions.
A&R and Zeta Division, the 2 teams that so far didn't have a single lose across the last 2 weeks, across 4 match days. Maybe today's going to be the day that SK Gaming beats A&R. Maybe Nami is going to beat Zeta Division though, so none of those will break out eventually. We'll figure it out until the end of the day, at least. We might have one winner that already is 5-0 up, which automatically is looking good for them in side of the Gamescom.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for me. If you have 5 wins to 0, you know, you're pretty much guaranteed yourself. Like, there's no certains, but pretty much guaranteed. And A&R could be solidifying themselves here. They don't want to leave it to chance in a certain way. Like, I know they've got 4 wins, but them 4 wins could start going to, well, just staying the same. And then it could go to 1 loss, 2 loss, 3 losses. And there's other teams behind them ready to snap at their heels. So, you know, just as important it is for SK, it still is for A&R. Nothing's kind of set in stone at the moment.
Well, I know you followed the last few weeks of the Snapdragon Pro Series already. Every single week, without a single balance change, without an addition of a new brawler, we had different brawlers being picked up as first, second picks. Shelly was always banned out. We give her that. Yeah. But why do you feel like is the meta shifting so quickly at the moment without even having any balance changes?
I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, I always love to speak about the meta, especially just I'm kind of that kind of data freak, but the meta just shifts. Sometimes people can realize a certain brawler is actually underrated, and then their counters start coming out, and then it kind of goes full circle. Like, I always refer to Brawl Stars kind of like rock, paper, scissors in a way. That's always the kind of terminology I love to use. But anyways, we're in with the next set here. I think it's actually Dueling Beetles instead of Kaboom Canyon. But anyways, we have Lou, Shelly, and Carl banned on the side of SK. Then we have Stu, Crow, and Squeak banned. They must have been watching us, Sonny Bros. left a band out of Squeak, but then the first pick, Bell. What do you make of the bans?
The bans, well, I agree with you. Definitely Squeak, a good pick up here from A&R, banning it out against SK, a very wise choice. From the side of SK, we have a lot of aggression banned out with the Shelly and the Carl, and then also some control with Lou when they themselves want to go with Bell. Definitely a good pick up here, and I do feel like Bell is also going to be quite strong against Pam. Still the first pick up here from A&R. Gauss now a second pick. A lot of HP, shields, healing, a lot of, tankiness coming in from A&R now. What does SK Gaming need now?
I mean, they need obviously something to deal with the Pam. They need something that can take it down pretty quickly. I mean, they got Bell, which is decent sometimes. I've seen Yoshi on that matchup sometimes actually switching to the grounded star power against Pam, sorry. So you might see that. To be honest, yeah, but they need something in terms of capturing the zone as well, because Bell, she's good at winning her lane, but you need someone in the middle. So they go with the Ems. So Ems can be interesting. Ems has got a really good matchup against Pam, but the thing about Ems, obviously, on a map like this, she can't really break out spawn if she does lose her matchup. So it'll be interesting to see how things kind of play out, because if I was A&R, I'd probably look for like a wall break or something to really open the map and take down that Ems.
I've been in my head for the last 30 seconds back and forthing between Ems would be a great pickup against the Pam. Then again, they have it as fourth pick here, and then A&R can just pick something with range, break up the map, and Ems is going to have such a tough time even reaching the opponents. With the addition of Bunny now, however, I do like the Ems pick here. They have some aggression to come back into the game, some range as well with the Bell and the Bunny together. So even if A&R breaks up the map now, I do feel like Ems can work out.
Yeah, I feel like it can work out. And the thing about the kind of draft for SK, I think that when Bonnie, just in case A&R wanted to open it up, so now they've got Bell and Bonnie to, you know, kind of get that range matchup. And then Bonnie, of course, is really just good at getting back pressure. Now we see a Janet, so that is pretty interesting. Don't really see Janet too much in the meta right now. I feel like she's not in the best of places. You know, me personally, I don't really like that pick. Considering it's a last pick, I felt like it could have been something a bit more kind of fruity. I don't know, Janet, I'm not liking it, Sonny.
Yeah, me neither. Cordelius is still open. I would love to see him again. We need a redemption here for him. And, well, maybe something with range against the Bonnie, maybe something that can do well against the Bonnie. A Notice would have been open here. Janet is going to have a tough time unless, of course, she does have Super to fly away, but then you're just going to leave your two teammates alone, which, especially in hot zone, I just feel like you want to be on the ground and in the zone as much as possible.
Yeah, you make a great point. Let's see how it kind of works out at the moment. So Giant, of course, can out-peek at Ems in the middle. We'll see these specific matchups right here. Yoshi's actually not going for the grounded stop power this time around, but he'll be able to have a good matchup on to Pam. He's got the outrange here, so things are kind of a bit slow at the moment, just slowly peeking back and forth. We see the mind games go here. OP just actually selects his Sugar Rush here, trying to get a little bit of pressure. He's going to get Rama really low. Actually pops his shield in time, survives. Chaos is going to go down as well. Nob has to use Super to get away, but he's low HP, can't really do too much. He's going to actually prevent OP from healing up, but he's just going to return a fire and take him down. SK in control now.
Chaos did fall, but he's back in the place he wants to be now, back in the zone, already with 45% here. SK with a pretty comfortable lead, and they are pushed back all the way into spawn. Rama falling on the left-hand side, Alex on the right-hand side. Great snipe by Yoshi. Mob is one-shot again. Can't really do much, gets sniped out by Yoshi as well. What is happening? SK Gaming absolutely crushing them right now.
SK are crushing them, and see OP again getting the easy, okay, no, not even an easy kill. I'll just eat my words there. That was a good retaliation from Rama, surviving on 45 HP in the end. Chaos in a great position here, gets a takedown onto Pam, and now he's just collecting more zone time. Like Nob, maybe doing his thing in the spawn, getting a lot of pressure, but he's not getting any zone percentage, and the thumbs down comes out. I think he knows it's pretty much over here, because he's got an Ems with Super behind unbreakable walls. How on earth are you supposed to get that out? So SK now onto match point. Very dominant fashion right here. Maybe not what we expected, but then again, they did pick Janet, which it's gonna annoy me something.
You know what annoys me? When my Power League randoms just stand still and put a thumbs down at 88%. We did see teams come back from this one, so never stop playing, people at home. You can still turn it around. Maybe your opponents take it too lightly and feel like, well, we've already won, then they're all falling, spawn trap. Easy as that. Well, we're gonna start in this one. SK Gaming with the match point already against A&R, the team that hasn't lost a single time in the last 4 match days.
Nice takedown from OP there. We see Yoshi taking down Alex as well, and still the same story is going on here. The early control going the way of SK. Like Janet, she's staying alive, but she's just tickling him. Chaos, he dies and just respawns, runs up the map like a typical Ems kind of player does in Hot Zone, and just takes down someone really quickly. OP with a better super that time around, manages to confirm the kill, and now not gets a takedown, but this is like a 50% lead here. A&R really need to pull their sleeves up.
They do, with 50% already. SK Gaming might as well take this one. 2 minutes left on the clock. A&R finally with some mid-control. If they keep standing there like that, with the Panther on the left-hand side, Rama with a shield, they can still turn this thing around, preventing SK Gaming eventually from taking this match point home, maybe even making it to the 5th and last set, which I personally, of course, would like to see. Let's see if it's going to happen slowly but steadily. A&R is catching up here. Great push forward by Chaos there, gets the takedown onto Nob. OP slowly approaching the left-hand side now, decides to jump on Alex there. Scrapsucker's coming in. He's prevented, and A&R takes the mid-control again.
Yeah, things are getting really messy here. Just chaos going everywhere at the moment, but that's going to be an important takedown. All 5 players are down except for Yoshi. That's going to be a bit of a reset so far, but I'm kind of liking the control here from A&R. They've got the Pam turret set up. They've got also the Pam Mythic gear coming into play here with the extra healing, but now he's going to get tagged up, and Bell's just going to have a field day. Nob has to use his super to evade, but still SK Gaming on the zone at all times. They just can't afford to run into this Ems. They eventually get some takedowns on the way of, well, with Chaos going down, and now they might be able to kind of push things back here, but Alex is getting pinched down. OP jumps in here. Now just 10% left for SK Sonic.
With now 5% only, Yoshi the last man standing. Ooh. SK Gaming isn't far away there. 1% still left for SK to the taking. A&R needs full map control now, not giving SK a single chance to hold in even a little toe into the zone. Getting the takedown onto Chaos there, that's huge.
Oh, this is so close, so tense in the end, but Yoshi surely going to finally get that extra percentage. And that's going to be SK Gaming clutching things up right there. 3-1 victory at A&R. We saw how close it was, though. It wasn't really a 3-1 score, but SK Gaming getting a very important important win right there. They're going to be getting their matchup to, well, 3-2 overall in this season. What do you make of that game, Trap?
I mean, to be honest, it was quite close towards the end. You know, they started to claw it back a little bit in that Hot Zone. Obviously, still had quite a long way to go on top of that as well. But at the end of the day, A&R still looked decent, in my opinion. You know, with Neb being absent, I kind of expected it to be all SK. And it was for the most part, but A&R had the moments. They looked really, really good in Heist to start things off, but then SK kind of just got going.
I do like about A&R that they at least tried to bring Cordelius into competitive. Now, it didn't work out. Well, we both agree on that one. We want some redemption for this brawler. Looking at the stats now, SK Gaming got a lot more kills in this last round as well, a lot more damage. It reflects that they just take them 3-1 today.
My heart was in my mouth, I'll be honest. I was really hoping that that would be a defense of a 99% mark. But Yoshi, so instrumental in that last game. The taps were landing a lot of the time. And as you rightly pointed out, the last man standing more often than not. But like I say, great to see Cordelius. I was looking to see actually even how the spectate was going to show it, as we were chatting about earlier, Spen, because, you know, I'm really glad that we get to see those battles, you know, in the realm continuing on before our very eyes. But very exciting stuff. I agree with you, Trev, as well. I was very curious to see how things were going to fare with Alex without Mobius being present, because he is so aggressive. And I think despite that, you know, A&R got off to a flying start. You know, they really, really did. And I was kind of worried for SK at the beginning, I'll be honest. But as you'd come to expect, you know, fully exciting stuff here. The Snapdragon Pro Series. Up next, we've got Foot Esports versus Team Kesso. That one I cannot wait for, and it is very important for Foot, arguably more so than Team Kesso, because they're on their last tournament live, effectively. You are not going to want to go anywhere. Be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, where we are slap bang in the middle of day 5. Up next, Foot Esports take on Team Kesso. A big matchup. Both of these two teams on a 1 and 3. But with Team Kesso coming off the back of that sweep last week against Zeta Division, coming in, for me, a little bit more deflated probably than Foot Esports that were able to get their first win on the board against Mr. Dosar. Spen, let's start with Foot Esports. You know, it's taken a while, but they got their first win last week. Can they do it again?
I feel like they can do it again. Like, of course, I've got experience with both Symantec and Drage in previous competitive, like on the Tribe Gaming. I don't know these guys very well. I feel like they've definitely got the mechanics. They've got the game sense. They just need the mental. They need the mental to be on point today because it's very important. So hopefully they've got things figured out, and it will be very hard for Team Kesso to deal with an on-form Foot.
I was going to say, talking about mental, I mean, I don't know if you've seen Drage's tweets, but I don't think we've got much of that left on the side of Foot Esports, have you?
Ouch.
Because it's not been looking good over on the social media side, I'll tell you that for these guys. With the roster of Symantec, Drage and Linane there as well. They've been looking decent. They've had a very, very tough start to the competition. And the first match that they should have won, they did actually win.
Well, I do feel like they just need their Swiss player back in Switzerland ping again. Tunisia didn't do well for Foot Esports. They did take it in the end, but it was so close. Unnecessarily close, I feel like. Foot Esports should look a lot better against Mr. Dosa. Both of the teams that are going to be facing now, Team Kesso and Foot Esports, took their single point against Mr. Dosa. Against any other team, they didn't have a chance so far.
I've got to chime in a little bit because that sound pick, you know, I've got to question it a little bit, you know, because Linane is definitely the best player on it, but sometimes it wasn't really bringing in the goods for Foot Esports last week. I mean, the first set, I think it did okay, but I think it was in Ring of Fire. For me, it just didn't really kind of work, and I wonder whether they're going to be championing that same brawler again, or as we saw, actually, they really did mix up their drafts quite a lot. We saw them playing Willow for the first time, and I was a bit on the fence around it and how it was going to work out for them and whether it was something in their back pocket. It worked out really, really well. So this is a team that can absolutely adapt, and they understand those aggressive brawlers in nature. But Team Kesso on the other side, let's talk a little bit about them because, you know, a little bit of a slow burner, but as you mentioned in the break spend, Team Kesso need these points more than any other team.
Yeah, Team Kesso, it's literally do or die from at the moment. A 1 and 3, another loss is going to basically cement themselves in the middle pack still. And at the moment in BSC, they're not really looking the best. They didn't qualify for the monthly finals either, so it's pretty much everything all in on this match for Team Kesso. So I'm hoping the preparation is there. They've definitely got the talent to back it up with Black Sea, Boss, and Javi. Like, I love Black Sea as a player on Team Kesso. He's got some really good pop-off moments, and I think they'll be relying on Black Sea here to try and take them to that next level.
Yeah, I really do like the way, you know, it's make or break for Team Kesso. They didn't make the monthly final. They're looking a little bit sketchy here in terms of their scoreline. They need to start, they need to get going and really knuckle down and try and get a win here. But it's going to be very difficult for them because Foot Esports, arguably, they're looking a little bit better. And that's saying a lot because Foot Esports aren't looking the best at the moment. They're on, you know, one of their dips in terms of how they're looking. Very up and down, very up, down, up, down, up, down. But at the moment, they're looking pretty down.
Oh, I mean, the draft's already underway. Sunny, do you want to give us your quick thoughts before heading over? Because we could be into a match pretty quick here.
First map is going to be Safe Zone once again. We have the Bell and Bonnie from the side of Foot Esports. A lot of damage output on the side of Team Kesso. We see a Barley. I love to see that. Let's see if it can work here.
It's definitely a good solid start. Griff coming in as well for Foot. Interesting choices. Well, without any further ado, I think you guys are going to have to go and take the reins and give it your all. Looking forward to hearing what you got to say.
As always. There wasn't a day where we didn't give our all, right, Trev?
Sorry, I didn't actually hear what you said there.
Yeah, he didn't give his all right now. Well, we have Griff now being picked up there by Foot Esports. I do like the pick, and we do know Symantec loves this brawler on Safe Zone.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Team Kesso still got their last pick as well, so let's see what they do choose to bring in. They're going to go for the Nanny. I think it's pretty solid, you know, down the mid it can do all right, and obviously Brock being able to rain down a lot of shots on the safe is going to be their main damage dealer, but it's just a question if they're able to keep control or not.
The draft of Team Kesso sometimes is a bit fresh, I call it. I don't know if I like it. The Barley, we don't really see him that often on such an open map like Safe Zone. Then the Nani as well. You really need to break up the map, otherwise your shots are just going to be captured by the walls surrounding the whole map. So I definitely have to side with Foot Esports draft here, but as I said the other weeks before, I do love to be surprised, so Team Kesso, show me what you got.
they're going to need to show a lot with this draft, I will say. They're going to need to show us a lot of mechanics and skill, but I think we actually maybe saw one of the FUT Esports members back in spawn there, not moving. So this might be the opening that they need. It's actually going to be Drage still not coming out of spawn, and Blaxy's going to recognize that and take full advantage.
He was complaining about ping the other day. Maybe now his whole internet isn't working. He's back in play right now. Villanelle already falling, Boss falling as well. Drage with the taps incoming, and already the first safe damage here. Cordelius actually was the last pick here. Do we not have a Barley then? I prefer that over the Barley, I have to say.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say as well. And I will say, you know, Drage coming back off being a bot really did make an impact. He pretty much got all the control for his team, but Cordelius down the bottom almost going to be able to even out the damage. And Drage coming up yet again and hitting hard. Boss not able to do the same so far, but Drage continuing his shots. Lenane's going to finish that one off. Nice pinch coming in from them, but they've got to be scared about being dragged into the realm by Javi, and he's actually going to miss that super, which is going to be very influential for FUT in this position.
Drage is mad right now, tapping left and right, getting those kills. Javi now falling as well. They're now on safe, trying to get some damage in. FUT Esports in the lead here with only 1 minute left on the clock. It's going to be hard for Team Kaiser to turn things around still, as FUT Esports takes over complete make control. It's Drage on 300 HP and still tapping, almost surviving that incoming pressure from Team Kaiser there as well. Javi gets traded off by his teammate. Lena now falling. Finally, Team Kaiser with a push.
Yeah, it's not done just yet. They might have quite a substantial lead, but TQ starting to push back. Samantha going to throw out that super and actually clip Javi on the way back down of that jump. Drage going to push forward as well, and this might be the end of the game for them. They got the mark, they got the shots coming in from Lenane as well shortly, but Javi's actually going to tank that one out with his invulnerability. The mark's still going to hit though, and Lenane should be able to bring him down, get the jump onto the safe and get that off as well. Nice super coming in from Boss, but hasn't actually killed Lenane yet, and still not doing it yet as well.
Lena still alive there, almost gets the last percentages. If he's not going to do it, Semantic will, although in the Shadow Realm, he still gets the shot off there, finishing off the save for his team. Well, that was a clean game, I have to say, coming in from FUT Esports. Team K's are not looking so good at the moment.
I mean, it was clean, especially considering Drage wasn't there for the first 15 seconds. I think that's fair to say. You know, they pretty much gave control instantly over that left-hand side, and then Drage came back and instantly just tapped everybody up and reclaimed it. So we'll see if he's actually going to be playing this time. So they're looking a bit better off the start already, but a lot of wall break coming down. Both Semantic and Blacks are going to be breaking their home walls.
Lena trying to get his super. Drage doing the same here. Javi going in aggressively with a jump. Just get a takedown. Drage and him now in the Shadow Realm. Javi's actually one shot, has to fall back here to not get hit by Drage. Gets the better out of this 1v1, and Team Kaiser again with a lead even greater than the first game.
Yeah, looking good for them now, but the jump comes in, and Lenane's going to take down Boss, get some damage on safe as well, start to push forwards, and they might just be going for the same strategy again, just leaving Javi on this safe, and we're actually seeing some damage come down off it, and now FUT Esports up top trying to equalize this out, but Lenane's actually going to go down. Boss gets that kill. Drage going to tap down Blaxy though. We're actually just seeing Javi getting the damage down the bottom, and Lenane should start to fight this one back now, but he's got to be careful about not being super, and he actually auto-aims the safe with it.
No
Nightmare for Javi, and he gets hit by a nesting. It couldn't have got worse.
That was very unfortunate for him. Less unfortunate for the side of FUT Esports that they can now take over the lead once again. Lena jumping in there, not having this 1v1 with Javi just yet. Boss teleporting over, gets some damage onto save for his teammates, but it's not going to be enough. Team Kato still needs some damage percentages, otherwise FUT Esports going to move on, taking this first set already.
Yeah, Javi not connecting that super yet again. 15% left on the Team Queso safe. Drage pushing forward. Semantic there as well. Got the DPS to be able to do it. Mark up on Boss. He's going to just be tanking all his damage though. They're going to survive. Live to fight another day. Semantic's going to go down, and so is Lenane. And there's possibility of this happening. Blaxy's got his damage gear activated, but it actually doesn't last very long. The marked up Boss gets dropped though, and Drage isn't missing. Finally misses his mark, but Semantic just shooting at him in just pure pleasure because of how well this man is playing. Now the supers come in. Lenane and Drage finish off the safe, and that is a masterclass.
I saw an opportunity there for Team Kaizo in the end to have full mid control. They only needed to hold it for like 30 seconds to get some damage in themselves. But you're right, Drage either got used to his ping or he moved. That's why the internet problems, or I don't know what happened to his man. If he's ever complaining about ping again, I'm gonna pull out this game, show him how well he's tapping today. Well played by FUT Esports, taking away that very first set. Let's see if they can take the momentum into the second one as well.
Yeah, this is looking like a different FUT Esports from what we've been seeing, considering they lost 3 in a row and then took it very, very close against Mr. Dosa as well. This is just completely different to what we used to be seeing from FUT Esports. I mean, it wasn't just Drage, you know, he was playing so well, but his teammates backing him up as well. That was another big thing. Lenane obviously being able to jump in on the save so many times, pretty freely as well, and Javi did miss a lot of those Cordelius supers.
Sadly so, that one time he missed because of an auto-aim. Very unfortunate for him. Semantic did play the Griff there, one of his favorite brawlers. He's feeling most comfortable with this brawler. Again, sometimes comfort picks go over meta picks. Cordelius still hadn't his time to shine. Again, 0% win rate for this brawler so far.
Well, I mean, it just kind of just seems like that maybe wasn't the best place to play it in my eyes. You know, like a pretty open map against quite a few long-range brawlers. It's going to have a bit of a
Still better than the Barley.
Yeah, I'll say it's better than the Barley, but still, maybe not the best of picks on this map. But still, you know, he tried it, and I respect them trying, because I do want to see Cordelius. I want to see how he fares on quite a big magnitude of maps, rather than just the ones that he's kind of good on.
Definitely so. We also have the monthly finals coming up on Saturday, so the players want to know if Cordelius actually is playable, or with the win rate so far, maybe not. Really eager to see now what those two teams are going to show us. I do always go for the team, the draft, who likes to show us a bit more, again, fresh drafts. And Team Queso has been showing us in the last few weeks. Sometimes they shine because they're drafting something that their opponents don't account for. Maybe that's how they win this game.
Yeah, it's entertaining to watch the drafts, I will say, but, you know, sometimes just playing the basics is what get you wins. And that's clearly what we've just seen there from FUT Esports. They played, you know, some long-range brawlers, a wall break, just the norm. And it works pretty well for them. And Team Queso maybe thinking a bit too far out the box for a first game. You know, usually we see them pulling out something a little bit more random further on down the line, at least for the most of the other teams. You know, me and Sven were touching about it. When we see a Mr. Dosa 2-0 down, we expect them to pull something completely random out the bag and try bring it back. And that's what they did. And they did start to drag it back. But playing it this early, I just don't think it's the right decision by Team Queso.
They don't have to come back from something yet, and still they're gonna go and try with the Cordelius. We do respect that, but yeah, I have to go with you on that one. Well, we have FUT Esports quite good with the Griff we talked about. Stu usually one of their picks. Team Queso usually shining with some Carl action. We had them playing Ember on every single map a few months ago. What do they have to go with on the next map, Infinite Doom?
Seeing the draft behind us there. Before I even seen it, I'm just going to have to read it off the screen. Bands coming in. It looks like we've got the Tara. Sorry, I'm forgetting names of brawlers so much today. My mind's just gone. Squeak, and then move out of the way. Ems was there as well behind here. But we didn't see the rest of the comp. We'll see it shortly as we do load into the game, as I believe the draft was completed then. But I think it was the Tara, the Squeak, and the Ems, at least from FUT Esports side.
Yeah, I have to, agree. I didn't really see the brawlers, exactly. I think we do see a Tara. Ember was banned out, so good part from FUT Esports there. Team Queso is shrining on this brawler. So we're gonna see a not that open map, probably, since Ember's banned. Maybe a bit more close range options here still in the run. We're gonna figure out as soon as the game is starting.
Yeah, we've been seeing quite a lot of long range. That's the thing on Infinite Doom, you know, and it seems like that comp, at least from FUT Esports, was quite close range, putting it that way. Ems, Tara, stuff like that. It's definitely more close range rather than, you know, the Brock, the Pam, the other brawlers we've been seeing on Infinite Doom quite a lot. There, it's behind you. Get out of the way now. Naturally, we're seeing on the screens anyway. But Janet, Bonnie, and Brock on the side of Team Queso. The Squeak, the Tara, and the Ems coming out of FUT Esports.
I'm gonna send you back to the other Brits any second now.
Listen, we've got to see the draft. And if you're in the way of the draft,
it's here. Well, no, it's not. Well, we're going to head into the game. We can talk about the draft a bit later on. For now, we just want to know who gets the better start on Infinite Doom.
It's Cordelius again, actually. Javi's going to be bringing it out, and I do like it a lot more here, I will say. Boss going to go down pretty early on, though, and Drade surely going to take down Javi as well. Brilliant start yet again for FUT Esports, and they're looking on top of the world at the moment.
FUT Esports with the full mid control here. All played by them so far, 5-2 already on their side as well. Team Queso is going to have a tough time coming out of spawn. We kind of see a repetition of the match we just watched. EUR completely pushed back into spawn. Now it's Team Queso's fate as well. Again, they did try to go with the long range option here with the Brock breaking up the map. Plexi, they're falling 7-0. It doesn't look like long range is the right way to go in Infinite Doom.
Well, wall break coming in, and this might be the opportunity they need, but Lenane's still pinning them back quite hard, and Rage with Super here as well. It's going to be very dangerous. Just seeing that one singular tile of bush left, but Lenane's actually going to go down, and this might be the opportunity that Team Queso need to push out. Boss has got his jump, but obviously we're going to surely see some friend zoners coming out of Semantic, so if he does go towards him, he's going to have a bit of a tough time, especially with Drage here with this pull as well, trying to slot into a position where he can use it, does use it onto Javi, gets the drag back, gets the kill, and extends the lead once again for FUT Esports.
You can't leave those two brawlers to any team, really. Ems and Tara, in my opinion, the two best brawlers on this map. So how did this draft even happen? Boss is still waiting with his jump. He can't really have any opening to go in there. Javi pushing up time and time again. Is able to put a gadget onto Semantic, still falling though. Great with 5 stars, Semantic with 4s, Lena falling, but it's still not going to be enough for Team Kaizo to turn things around. 30 seconds left on the clock, Boss jumping in now. Friendzoner coming in, Semantic still falling, but they only need a single kill and they win this one.
Yeah, Drage not being hit by that super by Javi there, and Lane just backing up. They know they've got a 10-star lead, so they don't really need to rush too much, but if Drage goes down, they might need to. As he does fall now, then they will swap the game, and this will go to Team Kaizo. Shots coming forward, there is the ending. Lane puts the nail in the coffin. Blacksy falls down, and Foot Esports move one more game up yet again. And it was just Drage. It's the Drage show today we're seeing.
I have to say, he's shining on this brawler today. Terra is a very good brawler in this map, but in the hands of Drage, even better. So, by the way, we didn't really talk about the votings. What is your votes in this game? No, it already started, but...
I said in the break, I said 3-1 for Esports, but this is looking more like a 3-0, to be honest with you. It carries on like this. Semantic being dragged into the Shadow Realm, though, and Semantic just moving towards Blacksy here, trying to shoot across there to Javi, but not going to come out of it just yet. Blacksy getting some shots in, and Semantic now finally gets out. Drage trying to get the shots in, but another one hit onto Semantic there. Drage following up on his teammates, though, and Boss falls quite low. Drage looking for the kill onto Javi when he does come out of it, but super from Squeak there. Not going to make it connections, but a few follow-up shots do.
Obviously, he's able to heal up there a tiny bit thanks to his star power. Falling back right away as Semantic and Lena are tapping in 100 HP on him. Blacksy's low as well. Javi gets the takedown there. 6-5. First time in Infinite Tomb we have Team Kaizo leading here, but mid-control still very much with Foot Esports.
Ball's there for Drage, but there's not going to be any follow-up. He's actually using Damage Pet, though, which gives him a little bit more time. Javi going to be moving towards Drage now. Can't win the 1v1 yet, but does eventually. 3-star lead now. It is just Javi they need to take down, but it's going to be a difficult one at that. Can't be too far off yet another super if they're able to move like this. And Foot Esports need to try claw this back in the last 50 seconds.
This really quickly turns into the Javi show here, already 4 stars above his head. Team Kaizo finally in the lead here, and Boss with the super that he can't really use against any of the brawlers that Foot Esports has here. Really, he needs to target Lena, but is it going to be enough? Rage and Javi again in the Shadow Realm. Is Javi going to be able to pick up another kill here? That would be huge for Team Kaizo. Drage with super now. Javi does get a takedown to Semantic. 12-8 now, 30 seconds left on the clock. Drage with the pull, but again, no follow-up.
I mean,
Jinxed it.
I was going to say, it's quickly turning away from the Drage show now as we're seeing a lot more from Team Kaizo, but still, 3 stars in it, more than capable of bringing this one back. Semantic's got super as well, that can slow them down, but only 10 seconds on the clock. The residue placed down, and Lene still has one. That's going to completely shut them off from helping Blacksy here. They get the kill onto him, good trade. It's within 2 now. Semantic's got his super, moving in, gets the shots off. Does he get the kill? He does. They take the lead, and therefore Esports take the set.
Blue Star was the difference maker in that one. Semantic cleaning up there in the end was huge. Drage still with the star player, despite not playing that well in the second game anymore, but his teammates got his back. And with that, Foot Esports takes the 2-0 lead already. Again, not really reflecting how close that second game really was.
Yeah, I mean, the first one, all Foot, but the second one was, for the most part, all Team Kaizo. But all it takes is a few little turnarounds in the closing seconds, and it all turns on its head. And that was a gorgeous residue, I will say, as well. It kind of split the Brock off from the rest of them and didn't allow them to rotate over to the right-hand side, didn't allow the Brock to go left, and it just split them up perfectly. It was really nice to see from Lene, I believe it was, there playing the Squeak. And looking at the stars, that gives a bit more of a reflection onto how distantly apart the first game was in comparison to the second.
I mean, we did see Team Kaizo prevailing in the second one, but that star difference there, both the taking and the losing, shows us that Foot Esports was very dominant in Infinite Doom as well. Penal Pond is going to be our third map here. We just watched EUR and SK Gaming playing this map as well. Now, I do feel like Team Kaizo maybe need to switch up of the Cordelius. Javi made him look amazing in the second game. It didn't work out at all in the first one. It didn't work out for them in Safe Zone either. Again, Brawl Ball might be his best mode, but now I feel like they're at the point where they need to go back to comfort picks.
Yeah, it does seem that way to me as well, but also I kind of can't backtrack on myself from like the last set when I said, if you're behind, maybe you need to pull something out the bag and go something completely random, but random stuff hasn't really worked. I will say, you know, Cordelius isn't that random because it is very good and it paid off heavily in the second game there, but in the first one, it just seems a bit hit or miss. And obviously, it's kind of, if you get the super and get chain in, then you're going to be doing pretty well. But if you don't manage to have a good start, then it seems to hurt for the rest of the set.
It is really, if your teammates manage to get control at the start, it is a hit. If not, you just don't have the range and you don't have any possibility to close the gap between you and your opponents to get some value of the supers. Javi made it look like we might be able to see a redemption on the Brawler. Penal Pond could already be the very last match we're going to be watching between those two teams. So Team Kaizo really needs to start getting in some, I don't know, points, spirits.
Wins.
Some wins.
Easy as that. Just get some wins and you'll be fine, Team Kaizo. But, I mean, both of these teams...
It's as easy as that, Trev.
I mean, it really is. I would say both of these teams need all of the wins that they have left. All of the games left, they probably need to win to be able to qualify, so we'll see if they're able to do it. At the moment, it's looking bleak for Team Kaizo, and they need the points. I would say they need the points a lot more than FUT Esports, because FUT Esports definitely need those BSC points as well. But Team Kaizo aren't in the monthly final. They're in like 10th place in Europe at the moment in the Brawl Stars Championship. Huh?
9.
That's like 10th, isn't it? Come on, you don't need to correct me on that kind of little bit much of a difference. But they're not looking good, and they need these wins. Reverse sweep's going to be required. Pretty much all the draft in as well. FUT Esports going to ban out the M's, the Poco, and the Stu. Team Kaizo going to get rid of the Poco, the Stu, and the Gene. So pretty similar bans across the way, but we've got the Shelly coming in, and we know what that means.
How can you leave the Shelly open here? The most banned Brawler, and now in Penal Pond, it's going to be open. Alongside the Squeak and the Bonnie, you're going to have a lot of control with that Brawlers with FUT Esports. Now Carl coming in from Team Kaizo, that's what I wanted to say. Team Kaizo on the comfort picks now, maybe they can make it work. But against the Shelly, both the Carl and the Crow aren't really going to thrive. By the way, you heard it here, folks. If you're going to get into esports yourself, maybe next year, it's going to be you that we're talking about. Just start winning.
Just win. Easy as that. I know what to tell you. Just win. FUT Esports looking to try and win here in this set, and Team Kaizo are going to need a reverse sweep, though, so we'll see if they're able to pull that out of the bag, or if FUT will sweep them under the rug in this one, finish it off in a 3-0. And to be honest with the Shelly, I like their chances.
I do have to side with FUT Esports comp here as well. Team Kaizo finally on that Carlo might be able to make it work. Drage already getting almost rid of Boss there, fooling himself. Lenez was well. Semantic Demon left standing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a 15-second goal coming in from Team Kaizo.
Yeah, brilliant start for them, but Lenane's got his super here and he might be able to make something happen. Obviously, we did just see that mute come out of Javi, so maybe not have one for a decent amount of time yet. Samantha's going to get super off there. Jump coming in from Lenane, gets the shots in, but this is maybe going to be game over. Team Kaizo coming out swinging in Brawl Ball, super the ball into the net, and they move 1-0 up in the set.
If that's not proof that the whole theory of comfort picks over meta picks, Shelly definitely is looking a lot better than all of the brawlers Team Kaizo has in their hands, but Team Kaizo just sweeps them off their feet. Semantic, the one man left standing at the first goal, but even he can't do anything. Ochus with the super, shutting him down there. Team Kaizo might be quick on their feet and turning things around here.
Yeah, the thing for me is, though, FUT Esports kind of came out swinging very, very heavily, putting it that way, so maybe if they play it a little bit slower, then they might do better, but they do get all 3 kills off the start in this one. Lenane looking to try and slot this one in, maybe able to get the walk, but the slow's there, he still gets it, and that is going to be a gadget used by Blacksea as well, going to help FUT Esports out in the long run if it's played for the long game. But if they continue like this, it might not be. Blacksea getting hit pretty hard. Lenane just needs to secure one more shot, and he is actually slowed down, does get the kill. Burn down value, not going to bring Lenane to his knees, but very, very close to.
FUT Esports definitely wanted revenge. They turn around things just as quickly as Team Kaizo sweep them off their feet in the very first set game here. Probably now falling back there. Some mid-control for Team Kaizo. Ball is in a favorable position as well for FUT Esports. Push back here. Semantic just trying to get super here. Blacksea with a super. Javi with a super. Boss as well. This could be an opportunity for Team Kaizo.
Yeah, jump from Blacksea really didn't do too much there, though. Lenane's just going to accept defeat and go down. Semantic playing this defensive line. Drage throwing some shots out. Super available from Semantic. Does get the kill and the ball saved as well. Saving grace there. Jump comes in now from Lenane. Javi's going to get the mute, but he is pinned quite heavily in spawn. Don't think the mute will finish off Lenane. Survives on 1 shot, but the fat splatter will. Semantic and Drage trying to pinch him down now. Do get the kill, but he's going to fall as well. Looks like we're seeing a defensive game from FUT.
Ball in a good position now for FUT Esports here as well. They cornered the ball basically. With 1 score up here, they can just wait to timer out 1 minute more. They decide against it actually. Semantic now taking the ball with them. FUT Esports is looking into making this one a 2-0, just like Team Kaizo took the very first game. Super coming in from Semantic now hitting, cleaning up there. Drage getting the double kill, and then Semantic pushing up here. Javi the last man standing. This is a good push coming in from FUT Esports.
Yeah, Lenane's quite low though, but Semantic has super yet again. Maybe able to break some of this map here. Going to try and go for the goal. Super into Blacksea, but he does save it. Catches himself. Boss is going to get taken down by Drage. but it was a trade, so 30 seconds. It's a 2v1 at the moment, but with the respawns afoot, I'm not sure if I see Queso getting this.
What a play there. Blexy standing at the side, at the wall, so he doesn't get knocked back by Semantic Super. That was absolutely crazy. With a Super now, trying to get some value. Gets Lena quite low there. Still Lena is gonna get the kill onto Javi. Lena with the ball. No one left standing from the side of Team Queso, and that's gonna be a 1-1 match point for FUT Esports already.
Possibility of a sweep coming in here now, though, but it is make or break for Team Queso in more ways than one. And, I mean, that's the walking that we saw earlier. Good slow down and slot in from Lene there to get that early lead. And knowing he had the opportunity to do that was very, very smart, because honestly, I maybe wouldn't have even gone for that.
To be fair, he also had his teammates standing right behind him, so even if he was falling, maybe he gets the ball for the pickup there. Lena pushing up very aggressively. Javi already falling. Again, a sweep from FUT Esports here. All members of Team Queso are down. And that's a 17-second goal here for FUT Esports. They didn't win the first game, but now they make it look like Team Queso doesn't stand a chance.
I mean, if they don't stand a chance, super forward from Drage. Lene's going to slot that one in. And goodbye, Team Queso. They sweep them in a 3-0, and FUT Esports coming out strong today, looking incredible throughout the duration of this match. And Team Queso, they're going to be now 1-4.
Team Queso, you even convinced Trev to finally say they're at least going to take a set here. It's going to be 3-1 for FUT Esports, but not today. Our third sweep here. Spen, what are your thoughts on this match?
I mean, I expected FUT to come back pretty strong, but 3-0 sweep strong? Never in my mind, to be honest. I don't know about you guys, but you can see by the stats, things look pretty even overall, but definitely a game that's going to haunt Team Queso for a long time, because it's going to look pretty rough from now going forward.
I mean, if a 34-second game wasn't good enough for you, well, here's a 30-second game for you from FUT. I mean, prior to that, great stuff in Bounty. I mean, that final split-second takedown of Semantic on the left-hand side to Boss was just like chef's kiss to that. I mean, there was a glimmer of hope, wasn't there, for Team Queso? They did start to make some moves, but FUT Esports, to their credit, shut that idea down. And that's something which we've seen as a progressiveness with them in the SPS. They've definitely had a bit of a slow-burning start. As we said, they faced many of the very top teams in the first week. You know, never an easy thing, is it, when you're faced against, you know, Zayt's Division, A&R. But this is their time to play catch-up, and they absolutely have. And coming into that matchup, we were discussing how important it was for Team Queso to get that win, and they didn't. And it was a very convincing win to FUT. I mean, that is now going to make a big difference on our leaderboards, and we'll check that out at the end of today to see how much so. I mean, we've had so much action. I mean, FUT Esports are obviously just powering through to try to get us to wrap up earlier than usual, it seems. They've obviously got some plans this evening to attend to, but saving the best for last, potentially here up next with Zayt's Division versus Navi. You do not want to go anywhere. Be right back after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, or should I be referring it to as the Speed Pro Series today, because we have done just that. This could well be the most convincing challenge day so far of the season. Sweeps, 3-1s, I mean, it's looking like we could be in for a bit of an early finish, but I'm hoping that that is not the case, and that Navi are going to give Zeta Division a good run for their money. I'm looking for a 3-2 here, Sonny.
I agree. Obviously, I always go through a 3-2, but this matchup here, I was waiting for it all week long. Zeta Division, so far unbeaten. Navi with 3 wins themselves. It's going to be a really close one, and I'm all for it.
Trav, let's start with Zeta Division. This is the team with the crown upon their heads. I mean, yes, A&R, were coming in today on an even playing field. That is no longer the case. And, with 3, monthly final victories in the BSC, I mean, this really is the team to beat, in my opinion.
I don't even know if they need an introduction at this point, because they're just everywhere. If you watch Brawl Esports, you know these guys are Gero, Nawi, Meow, and Inso as the coach. They really are just such a phenomenal roster at the moment, all year long. 3 monthly finals, as you said, they've won. And they're dominating this too, 4-0. And I mean, Navi are probably going to be one of the biggest challenges they've had yet, but I still think they're probably going to take it.
Yeah, that's a really valid point, and one that I think carries a lot of merit. Navi coming in to today, Spen, I've got to ask, how do you feel about them versus Zeta Division? I mean, it certainly is definitely one of the best teams to really go up against them and challenge them in that respect. MMA, Cube, and Angel Boy, as we know, is a very, very aggressive roster. In terms of what you see from your perspective, how does that aggression fare against the likes of Zeta?
I feel like Zeta always have the answers to everything. That's of course why they keep winning every single game at the moment. But I feel like Na'Vi might be able to have some tricks up the sleeve. We know Na'Vi, we know they like to go just crazy ideas, which, I don't know, Zeta might be able to read into that. But at the same time, Na'Vi have to be really unpredictable here. They need to try and outdraft them because, of course, Zeta have the mechanics better than anyone else. So I'm looking to see whether Na'Vi can kind of win the mind game before the game even starts.
Yeah, with Inso as well being such a, immensely important factoring here when it comes to that draft. I always kind of bang on about it, as you know, that you've got to ban what Navi like to play when you play against Navi, and a lot of teams just kind of ban out the meta. This is not that kind of matchup for me, and that kind of makes me feel much more confident actually with Zeta Division in this respect, because they can get inside the minds deeply within the mechanics of what Navi brings to the table here, and in that regard, as fierce as Navi come out of the gates, I think Zeta here have got a very good chance of shutting things down early.
Well, it might as well be a sweep then, if you're talking like that. Zeta Division on the #1 spot at the moment in the BSC. Navi, at least at spot 3, they haven't had a single... They're 1 win in May monthly finals, I feel like. The other 3 were all taken by Zeta Division, so they are looking a bit stronger, but Navi is too. So again, we're rooting for a close one here. We already have to draw for the very first map. Is going to be Flaring Phoenix. We have Jean, Tick, and Shelly banned out from the side of Navi, and now Zeta Division. Are they banning the brawlers that they need to, Ark?
I mean, I like the Shelly ban straight away off the bat. The Tick and the Jean, I think, are relatively decent controllers that Zeta Division do like to play. The Grey ban, the Grey pick rather, coming in. I really like that for Zeta. I think it works very, very well in Knockout. Spen, Trav, you're on the desk. I'm going to say less. Take it away.
Well, I'm glad you're saying less. We don't like to listen to what you say anyway.
He loves the last word, doesn't he?
Someone mute his mic, quick. Someone mute his mic. Well, Sven, draft. What are we looking at?
Well, we see a Grom last pick. I was literally about to mention that. I was saying they've got a thrower available at the end. They go with a Grom, which is going to be pretty decent against the B, the Barley. Grey, they've got to be careful of it. To be honest, I'm not too sure who to side with in the draft here. I'm kind of looking more towards Zeta because of the Grey pick. It's more of a flashy option here. What about you, Trav?
Yeah, I will say I do really like the Grey. It can make those moves, and obviously when you just go back through the teleporter, you get literally 1,000 heals just like that. So it can be very good in the late game if it's set up in a good position for that. Angel Boy, however, he's going to be maybe the more dominant thrower in the regulation of the game, but when the gas starts to close in, Gero's going to be finding it a lot easier to hit those shots.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about Barley. Like, not always was he the go-to thrower, then he just came back into the meta with Unbreakable Walls, and he's actually the best thrower on this map, in my opinion, other than Tick, because you've also got his healing tonic gadget, I think it's called, where, especially when the gas closes in, it's going to get really hard for the opponents to really deal with that. So we just see a bit of a back and forth at the moment. No team wanting to go over aggressive. Both teams probably favoring the late game, it seems. A bit of a weird matchup going on here, Trav.
Yeah, just complete stalemate. And I think if anybody's close to the super, it's going to be RT more than anybody. Barley's got a few shots off as well, but other than that, we really haven't seen many shots hitting at all across the rest of the map. But Cube rotating over the left-hand side now, going for a little gadget down the side, but not hitting anything. And May slotting through this mid, and now trying to pinch down onto Meow. Slow comes in, Honey Molasses just tanks a shot from Brock. Walking Kane comes in on MMA as well, gets a shot onto him, follow-up coming through as well. Gero now funneling them through, but they do stay alive. Now he needs to find some shots in here. Gets the tank from the turret, but Meow's just trying to follow through. They're both low. Maybe the TP will save him, but he's just going to carry on. The tank as well, but he finds it. He finds the shot, and Zeta come out on top.
What on earth just happened there? Back and forth in my mind. I was like, surely Zeta are going to win this. Surely Na'Vi are going to win this. And somehow Meow is able to shoot away from the turret and get Angel Boy down. So just all the action going in and the final moments there. And it just seems like it's going to be the same again here. But both teams favoring the late game. Meow's got his super intact, and the good thing about Gray in Knockout specifically now is that fake injury star power buff. I know probably like a three weeks since it's been buffed, but it's just very relevant right now, especially when you're looking to try and confirm a kill. So again, both teams just kind of sitting back here, both teams chipping away, trying to get their super, especially if Barley can get his super. It's going to look especially good when the gas closes in, because there's hardly any ways to kind of escape it. Grom with his super as well, it's going to be really powerful on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, we've got two supers for each side, so pretty even so far. Gero looking like he's trying to back off and run away from MMA here, which is going to cause quite a lot of an issue over the left-hand side for Zeta, but he's duking his way back up now. Has that 3K as well. TP comes in, great slow. Meow's going to find some connecting shots. MMA falls, and Zeta just spring out of nowhere and dominate. Getting the shots up to Angel Boy now. He's going to fall to the Barley, and just like that, Zeta take the first game.
That was amazing. I just love the synergy with Zeta. It's like they just flick a switch and that's it. All of them just synergize so well together. Even when it looks like in moments like this, Meow literally in the clutch 1v2 here. Maybe MMA could have used his super to confirm the kill. You're probably saving it for the next round, but that's sometimes in Knockout, you've just got to use your super. Even though you want the most value out of it, you've got to confirm round wins. So maybe a bit of a misplay right there, but all things considered, Zeta are Zeta. They're going to capitalize no matter what.
Yeah, well, throughout this mid now, we've got that thrower versus thrower matchup on the left-hand side. And the RT versus the Grey, which is kind of just going to be sitting behind this wall for Meow until he finds himself an opportunity to get close enough to try and get his super. Angel Boy pushing Gero back quite heavily now as well. Now we got the 3K in hand, but needs to find a way to connect it, or it's just going to be a waste.
Yeah, it's going to be a waste for sure. I mean, one thing about Na'Vi that I always watch when he plays the Beast specifically, he likes to hold on to that super. He likes to keep the shield active and then look to push in. So he's really clever on the B. Got to give him that. But for now, again, it's just more of a stablemate. Something else trying to build up his super eventually. Gero, he's going to get outranged just slightly by the Grom, and he's actually going to go weak, but he's using the star power that can keep him at top. Does actually use his gadget only to himself, though, and now the gas is closing in. Maybe a bit preempted here, but the Brock shot's coming in from Cube. Now he's going to go super weak here. Meow gets the walking cane. Gero going low as well. Navi, no way he can survive there, and Navi close things off and finally get a round under the belt.
Yeah, good round there from Navi. Took a while for everybody to kind of get started and get going, but we've got two supers on the side of Navi and 0 on the side of Zeta Division now. I feel like Gero so heavily needs the super to be able to gain some ground against Angel Boy and really make something happen, but Brock's super is going to be pretty influential on the other side for Cube. If Navi and Meow just group up at any point in time, he's going to be able to get a good super off.
Fantastic point here. It's really hard for Barley to really push up. He needs to get his jukes intact and get better positioning, especially when the gas starts closing in. So Meow getting tagged up really weak here. Nice taps from MMA. He's looking to get the pinch on with Nawi as well. Meow's just going to heal up, try and wait for that kind of hack to go so he can't activate that gadget. And it's looking like Na'Vi is probably in a better position here. They've got the RT super in case Meow gets his super in time. They've got a Brock super as well. No Barley super. It's looking good, I would say, for Na'Vi here, Trav.
Yeah, gadget used there by MMA to bring Meow just a little bit lower, but Gero's coming forward. Super's going to be missed. There's another one coming down now, though, but it doesn't matter because that healing tonic's going to help so much. He survives this one out. Meow's just going to go try and find a few shots. Survives it out as well, and now he's going to add another shot to his arsenal as well towards that supercharge. So 1-1 now, and 1 round stands between Zeta and the first set, or Navi even things out.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi really need to win this one, or else, you know, giving Zeta that 1 set heads up, it's going to be pretty difficult for the mental. But I just want to point out the play there from Gero to get the pressure and just just destroy him, basically. He hasn't got a gadget left, though. That's one thing I want to point out straight away. He hasn't got a gadget left. Maybe it might be a bit dicey towards the end here, but he has got super. But again, things not really too much to talk about right now because it's constantly just that back and forth, kind of waiting for the gas to close in. Meow does have super, though, can choose to use it onto the Grom, but Grom is using the Watchtower gadget where it can at least tank a shot from the Grace. So gas is going to start closing in soon, Trav.
Yeah, we'll start to see some action, and RT with these legs available to drop as well if it gets in close proximity. But Meow TPs towards that Grom, he's going to be able to defend him quite nicely. As long as, with, as you said, that Watchtower. Good shot from Grom connected onto Meow there. Super comes out from Barley, forcing him back and trying to split him and Angel Boy up. He does that perfectly. Watchtower does tank though, but that's a gadget gone. Pulls through the wall from the Walking Cane. Now he's connecting shots like nobody's business. Hits that. Watchtower tanks nothing, follows up with another. And Zeta, every time they win, they have 3 remaining. They just play it so perfectly.
Yeah, you literally summed it up. Zeta just play it perfectly. The team synergies there, the communication, the end goal. They're able to claim their first set. And even with all the chaos kind of going in at the late stages, it still looks pretty obvious that Zeta are going to come out on top. Of course, they didn't win every single round, but in dominant fashion in some ways, it just takes one player from Zeta. It doesn't matter if it's Meow, Jero. One of them just goes in and makes the play, and the rest just know what to do. It is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I saw some great synergy there between Navi and the Grey as well. Sorry, I literally just forget who was playing it, even though it was like 3 seconds ago. But he gets the slow off, throws out those bees, gets some slows, and then we follow up with the TP and get the kill. It was really just great synergy, and then we see 3Ks raining down like nobody's business whilst the slows there. But stats-wise as well, Zeta got more damage. They had more heals as well. So definitely played it a bit better, a bit more passive, and just chose the right opportunities. They may have dropped a couple of rounds here and there, but they looked convincing nonetheless.
Yeah, they look very convincing, and this is where it gets scary because you want the first set when you're facing off against Zeta, because once they get rolling, there's no stopping them. Like, we keep bigging them up, but it's hard not to big up a team like Zeta, right? They just end up winning everything that comes their way, and for Na'Vi, they do need to win this game because there's people starting to creep up behind them. You've got SK, you've got Foot, who could even make a run as well. You know, it's pretty scary for Na'Vi, even though this is the hardest matchup they're probably going to face. I would like to see something a bit more from them.
Yeah, I mean, considering I believe now Navi is it 3-1 or 2-2 at the moment, it can really start to bunch up in this mid if they do lose here, and it gives the opportunity for some of these teams a little bit lower on in the leaderboard to kind of spring up. And obviously with Foot versus Navi still a bit further on down the line in the next couple of game days, they're going to have a chance to kind of upset them, bring them even further down. And no matter how much of a convincing position Navi are in right now, they can drop down so heavily. And if Zeta are able to add win after win after win, they're going to be going to Gamescom.
Yeah, you couldn't put that any nicer. Now we're going straight into pit stop. This is how we like things around here. Straight away, you see the bans of Ruffs, Dynamite, and Ems. And then you see on Na'Vi, you see Ruffs, Nita, and Vishelli. So Dynamite, pretty interesting ban. They go straight away with the Barley first pick. I mean, that is pretty obvious, right? You've seen Barley in the last game with Zeta. It must be a comfort brawler, but not only that, he's really strong on pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right, as well. Dynamite's banned out. We got a few of the other brawlers banned out as well. Ruffs, Ems, I mean, Nita and Shelly. I mean, Barley's quite good against quite a lot of those, but at the same time, you know, still got some very good matchups nonetheless, and having this as a first pick's a very solid one. As you said, it's a comfort brawler as well, and it's just so strong. But maybe we got a Cordelius in there, because Primo's kind of slotting in that second pick slot. So maybe we see a Cordelius coming forward and Primo's the second pick. That would be my guess. Yeah,
to be honest, I actually like the Cordelius here. It's a really short-range map. Although he doesn't, of course, melt the high safe, I feel like his 1v1 interactions, he should be able to win pretty much all of them. Literally all of them in that Shadow Realm. So, interesting to see whether to pick the Cordelius. Primo, of course, he's just always in high, especially on pit stop. Base race, Primo's the tank counter being a tank. So, it's just no bueno. And then you also see the Spike, which I've spoke about before with the Fertilized and the popping pin cushions, is pretty much always a pick on pit stop. If you leave a Spike alone, he can literally deal like 50, 60% by himself. So it'll be interesting to see how Na'Vi kind of combat this, maybe with a recon.
I mean, it kind of is elevated as well because they've got the Barley on their side. Spike's obviously quite often stopped by Barley. They're going to add a Daryl to that as well. Going to be able to roll forward and get some serious damage. Literally, if they get one push and have Navi in a bit of a tough position, they can finish it off just like that. Barley, Spike, Daryl all got so much damage towards that save. But I imagine so far we've got the Primo Cordelius on Navi's side. That's what we'll go with for now. See what they bring down as their third pick to try and combat this. You said, you know, the Rico might be a good option. I think so as well, but we're going to have to see Primo doing a lot. Oh, they're going to go with Willow as the last pick instead. Go for a little bit of a throw-on-throw action.
Yeah, we got for the throw-on-throw, and we got confirmation that it is Cordelius as one of the picks as well. I don't know, I really like this Zeta composition. So much damage, so much kind of base race about them. Pit stop is always a map where damage is the king. Like in Heist, normally it is, but pit stop is literally base race. You want tanks, you want damage, because more often than not, you can just leave someone, you know, for example, if you haven't got Nita, but you can just leave a Nita without bear on your safe, and you can just go for the other safe. So be interesting to see how they go. Willow can be decent on defense, but definitely favor the Barley.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Willow, we've seen some great moments, but I think it maybe even was from Navi or against Navi that we saw it in one of the previous game days where it defended against a Daryl and a Spike so well. But we're seeing the play come out now, and now he's just going to go try and leave MMA here as well. Cube going aggressive too, but actually choosing to go back on the defense and try to defend Naui. Does get hit, but Roll comes through and maybe even being taken to the realm here to stop him from going in, but they get a lot of damage early on. That's almost 30%. Up the other side though, MMA's going to get the kill on Giro, and they're going to even take the lead here.
Yeah, 30 seconds in, we've already just seen absolute chaos entail on this map. MA has got the jump. He can jump straight onto that Barley matchup, but he does need a little bit of help. You'll see on the other side of things, Daryl's just going straight in against Cordelius. Cordelius should be able to win that matchup, but here we can see MMA's jumping on in here, getting a lot of damage. The damage being dealt definitely overdoing the Zeta side of things. We see this matchup, like I said, Cordelius on defense, pretty decent, even if it just supers him and leaves him. He's doing a decent job here, and MMA should be able to clean things up. Now he goes back to reality and gets Primo super to the face. You just love to see it.
Yeah, Meow being dragged into that Shadow Realm as well. Angel Boy just trying to duke around these walls, and a defense against the Primo here will put them in a decent position. Slowdowns there as well, and Daryl might be able to get Roll and go forwards. Nice shots from Meow coming out of that realm, put him in himself in a beautiful position. But now we see Navi being dragged into it as well and stopping him from getting damage on the safe, but that's not going to stop Gero, that's not going to stop Meow either, and they're in a great position from this point on.
Yeah, they're in a great position, and you're just seeing how it can also help you, but then be your biggest weakness as well. Meow came out of the realm and just got a double kill, so pretty hilarious to see. Cube should be able to get the kill right there. Now he's going into the realm there, does lose the 1v1. Angel Boy doing a really good job of defending so far. MMA with a good kill does go down in the end though. Cube's chipping away the save. Good super defense from Meow. Now we see Meow pushing forward with his super, but every time normally Cordelius gets him and just again is able to get him into the realm.
I mean, you can't complain about how he got the kill and got dragged into the realm, which means he should survive this one out if it waits a little bit longer. MMA's quite low as well, going to get brought down as well. Got the roll, but another super's there from Angel Boy, able to defend this so well. But here comes the spike, the super on as well. Primo's going to have to walk around that and then deal with the spike before he can get anything done. Angel Boy moving forward. Gero's there as well. Super's going to be missed by Angel Boy, not the best position for him to be in. Shots come through. Meow's going to survive this one out, not anymore. Cube brings him down, but the jump forward from Angel Boy and some damage on. Can they defend this one? Primo's low, but the shots are coming through. Can they defend it? He might be able to get a jump. He doesn't die. 7 seconds, but now he's getting mind control back, and they just don't have time from this point onwards. Even now he's given up, and that's dragged it into the Shadow Realm as well. Navi do come out on top.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, inside of Navi, they've got 2 brawlers that can essentially take control away from you. It's pretty toxic when you think about it. You've got Willow, you just see it at the end there. Even though he didn't get a kill onto a Zeta player, he just removed him from the objective. And then again, the same with Cordelius, just removing them from the objective. It's pretty toxic when you think about it, but let's see who comes off victorious in the end. I felt like there were some moments where maybe they didn't use the super to the most optimal level, but we see MMA here straight away pushing onto the safe. We see Willow as well. Even though she doesn't do the most quick damage, she will actually deal more damage than a Barley over time. But we'll see here, MMA with the damage gear pops. We've got base race on both sides. I think Meow's trying to defend here, but MMA with some good juke so far. The safe is dwindling down really fast here, Trav.
Yeah, but now he's going to come back in for the defense. Cube's still there, though, and getting some good shots off, but Gadget comes in. Now we should be moving up the map as well. Not really seeing a lot up top, but now down below. Cube just trying to defend this one out and hold on, because, I mean, they have got a very substantial lead. Dragged into Shadow Realm, and that brings MMA out the equation here as well. Shots coming forward from Meow, and might be able to bring him down. Popping Pink Cushion does come out, but he has the jump as well. Giro just needs to get the kill on MMA. Doesn't even go for MMA in that point. Surely that would have been the better option than getting an extra little bit of damage on the safe. Great super from Meow, though, and Cube just looking to try and go forward, and he can finish it off alone. But MMA just surviving this one out. Popping Pink Cushion comes in, and this is going to be a tough one. Defense coming, damage coming down. Cube needs to fall. Gets one last shot, and I don't think that does it. Survives on a little longer, but now he's unsafe. Giro's joining him. This might be it here, but the Shadow Realm grab from Angel Boy through the wall.
Wow, that was absolutely insanely clutch. And now, Na'Vi are on the offensive here. They can close things off. Just one shot left, and they confirm it. That was absolutely insane. So much to really look and take in with that game. So much going on, but some amazing plays overall. It's definitely high risk, high reward on the side of Na'Vi, and it paid off. It's exactly what I wanted to see. They've got the brains to pull it off for sure, and it was interesting to see finally Cordelius paying it off. On defensive side of things, I never actually took into consideration like how strong he can be, just removing someone from the high save, and then just of course in a 1v1, Cordelius can just absolutely melt anyone.
That's the thing, and not necessarily even just going for the kill. Just leaving him there, not going for the kill, and just keeping him in the shadow realm. That might be a strategy as well, just burning that timer down, and also whilst Primo's just jumping forward, Willow's going forward as well and getting damage. It's not a bad decision just to take a Darryl off the map and stop him from getting damage just by being there and using your super. So really smart plays coming out there from Navi, and as you say, that kind of not double mind control, but the mind control from Willow in the shadow realm from Cordelius is just so toxic.
Yeah, that was something I definitely didn't like foresee. You know, I thought Zeta had the composition there. They had the damage, but I mean, forward thinking from Na'Vi going the Willow as well to combat the Spike. Willow's obviously a throw's good against Spike, and just overall, it's actually good on defense. Like Barley's okay on defense, but Willow's a lot better because you can just remove them from the objective, run them away from the safe, and you're good to go there. So exciting game on our hands here. Hopefully, as we mentioned earlier, it won't be a clean, well, it's not going to be a clean sweep. It won't be like a 3-1 either way. We want a 3-2. We haven't had one yet. Whereas normally when I'm not casting, the games go on forever. So hopefully I don't curse us it.
As Spence brought it in and just made all of them 3-0s or 3-1s. That's the thing. He's the turning point in this competition where we stop seeing close games, and it's just that caster's curse coming in a different form. But at the end of the day, it's 1-1, and Navi have brought that back so well. I will say, you know, it looked at certain points that Zeta Division were going to take that one as well in a couple of the games, but they just defended so flawlessly and really made it look quite easy on the side of Navi there in terms of defense, and then just cycling attack. And we also saw a pretty shoddy defense from the Spike at one of the points there as well, not getting enough shots on the Primo, not bringing anybody down, and that did get like an extra 20% damage on the save, which, looking back at it, would have made quite a bigger difference considering there's only 9% left on the other side.
Yeah, you mentioned a good point there. Like, I felt like for the longest time, Spike was in a difficult situation, but I felt like he could have dealt on the defense side of things a lot better. Of course, Spike being really high DPS, I feel like he just needs to focus one of the matchups. Like, of course, just one person on safe is better than two. I just felt like he wasn't really focusing attention on just one brawlers, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but we've got Crystal Arcade right here, gem grab, and you can see the bans straight away. So we see the Ruffs, Shelly, and Grey banned out. Of course, Shelly is banned, and then we see the Squeak, Shelly, and Tara. So Cordelius is in play at the moment. We might be able to see him. He's pretty good on gem grab, but we see a Stu first pick. Pretty versatile pick from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Stu's always going to be pretty good, right? No matter, I mean, not no matter what you bring it into, but for the most part, it's going to be decent against quite a lot of things. So I like that first pick. Can play mid, can play the lane, can play whatever you really need it to if you need to pivot throughout those last seconds. But Crow, I really do like that pick. We've seen quite a lot of Crow on a lot of the gem grab maps throughout today, and I don't think it actually worked on the double swoosh that we saw it, but you know, it's going to be a different story in Crystal Arcade. I think it's a very solid pick in very capable hands.
Yeah, I mean, Crow's a soft counter to Stu in some ways. Of course, he's got his anti-healing against Stu's Gasser heal. He's got the range most of the time. He's got the slows, so I feel like he can use that to target the Stu, but it depends what kind of avenue you want to take, whether they want to go Stu mid, whether they want to go Stu lane, and they go with the spikes. So two good counters against Stu. I spoke about this earlier, where Stu is a good first pick, but then sometimes he can actually be your demise, because you know, they pick the spike with the life plant. Of course, that's a really hard matchup for Stu. The Crow's a hard matchup, so where do you kind of go from here?
I mean, I don't know, maybe we've seen Navi take a thrower again or something like that, because on a few of these lanes, we don't see any breaks so far by Zeta Division, right? So they've still got the spike on one of the lanes, Crow on one of the lanes as well. Ruff's banned out, so there's not going to be any break from that. Shelly, no break from that either. So there is a possibility, I guess, of a thrower coming in, but they're going to go with Mr. P and just try to tank it out with some of those porters instead. I don't hate that pick, obviously against the spike, against the Crow with these well, let's see, Spike's got that single projectile, and Crow doesn't have the most damaging of shots. So I think Mr. P can do a decent amount of work.
Yeah, Mr. P is a good option. Like, I was thinking in the back of my head, like, they kind of want to go aggro. Na'Vi always want to go aggro. Of course, they can't really go that into a Crow and a Spike. Mr. P, good against Spike, as you mentioned, good against Crow. So decent pick overall. And they go with a Jesse. So Jesse is a risky pick. Like, it can be good. I've seen it work in Crystal Arcade a few times, and we actually see Cube really like this brawler. So again, maybe more of a comfort pick, but I like it, because the thing about Jesse, it's good against tanks. It's okay at pinching, and once it gets the turret, it can be pretty toxic for the enemies to really deal with it. And also, they needed somewhat of a tank counter, right? Stu and Mr. P, Zeta have last pick. It could have just been really bad for them if they didn't pick some kind of tank counter.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind like a penny or something like that coming out of Zeta Division. They're actually going to go with Carl. You know, flying hook in, get the super off, and they haven't, to be honest, got a lot of damage even with the Jesse. You know, like it's good. Flying hook in, protective pirouette onto one of them, it can do a decent amount of work, and you know, you're never really going to be safe as the gem carrier.
No, you're never going to be safe, and Zeta on the Carl are just disgusting. Like, every single time I watch them, the plays they make with this brawler, I would, if I was a pro, if I was Na'Vi, I would end up banning Carl more often than not, because that is a brawler which they just end up winning on pretty much all of the time. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult. Carl's going to have a free matchup on Mr. P. He's going to have a decent-ish matchup against Jesse and Stu. I think it's a very good power pick towards the end, but again, you know, they're going to have to shove Crow into the middle, so let's see how it works out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Crow's that bad in the middle. It's going to be paired up against this this Jesse by the looks of things, and with his movement speed, might be able to avoid quite a lot of these shots, but they've actually got the spike against the Mr. P up on this left-hand side lane, and the curveball's doing a good enough job. Life plant's going to be there as well. Good tag up from Naui there to get the shots off, but Angel Boy aggressing the gem carrier here. Jiro trying to find a shot through, but Meow dominating his side, and they're also going up top against Cube. This might be a team wipe. Angel Boy just burning down, surviving out on 28 HP, but Gero's going to go in on Mr. P yet again and get the kill. More gems laying on the floor on the left-hand side, and we're seeing Angel Boy doing a little rotation, but he actually gets the kill, and maybe going to drop the gems perfectly for Crow to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, chaos there. Angel Boy just in behind, trying to do the most for his team, but he really needs some help at the moment. MMA gets taken down by the spike, which he should be winning that matchup more often than not, but the gem's still the way of Na'Vi, to be honest. They don't really care. They have 9 gems in their hand right now. You know, what am I saying right now? Na'Vi in full control, but they've got to be careful of this flying hook. They get the 10th gem safely, though. Somehow, some way, they're able to climb the lead, and Jero uses his super to some good extent, but they need it now. There's 8 seconds left. Countdown. Stu is in the corner. There's just no way that Zeta are going to actually get this one. So, actually, oh, hey, what am I even talking about? Take that back.
I would say a great reset coming in there from Zeta Division, but I don't know how meaningful it's going to be. 10 seconds on the clock, and they're only just coming up now. Now he's not going to be too close to a jump, and Gero's got his super, but at the same time, he's not going to be able to do a lot with it. We're seeing him pretty comfortably in that back left-hand side, so now they're going to be able to take this game and actually take the lead for the first time in this series. So a great performance from Navi, but I will say Zeta Division seemed in control for the majority of it. We just saw Stu going aggressive onto the Crow, getting 1 kill, and then having 9 gems. Yeah,
that's literally how he points it out. Like, it looks so messy, but in the end, you see Angel Boy clutching up, getting the all-important kill, and then we've seen a good takedown as well. For me, I'm thinking definitely just be a bit more cautious. The Crow, I felt like definitely was tempting his fate a little bit too much, considering you've got the slows, you've got extra movement speed as well, which should be a lot more safe in the middle. So the matchups are still the same here. Both players actually switching the lane, and, you know, good mind games from MMA there. He's able to stick onto the spike matchup. Maybe it's a little bit better this time around. Angel Boy trying his to win the Jero matchup right here. Pretty hard for him, considering he's got the wall to his advantage there. Jero gets the takedown, but still MMA winning his lane over the other side.
Yeah, great play from Gero there, I will say, to kind of maneuver around that wall and stay in quite a safe place. But Cube is quite low right now. Now he's got no jump, though, so can't really aggress. And MMA avoiding that shot beautifully, getting some porters lined up as well. And we do still have the flying hooks. We still have the super from Gero as well, so that's a move that can be made. There he goes now. He's going in for it. Doesn't actually get Cube down, but gets him quite low. Super comes in from Meow, though, not finding the slow, but getting those porters quite low.
Yeah, he's getting the super down, but yeah, I was literally about to point out, he needs to switch the matchup as soon as possible, and MMA notices that straight away. Really good communication from Na'Vi. They've got all the control here. Jero, with his super, unfortunately doesn't get any kind of value. Angel Boy's eventually going to get taken down as well, but things are looking really good. Cube with the setup with the Jesse turret. We have probably MMA close to his super as well here. Things aren't really looking the best for Zeta. The lead definitely going the way of Na'Vi.
Yeah, this turret in such a good spot as well, taking so many shots off Naui and taking so many shots off Gero, well, shot onto Gero, should I say, and bringing him down. MMA's going to go in for that one, whilst Cube just heals up a little bit in the back lines, but Angel Boy still staying aggressive, going towards Gero now. Now he's slowed down. Is going to fall thanks to Angel Boy pinching around the back, and that's a beautiful performance for him, but Cube is quite low. We still see a super from Gero, but no flying hook to get him close.
Yeah, Angel Boy is him at the moment. 10 seconds left, and they need a takedown, and they need a takedown fast. Jero in the spawn trying to get some people down. Meow with his super. He's going to get MMA down. That's not going to be enough, though. They need someone in this corner desperately, and Na'Vi just survived. 6 HP is all it took for Na'Vi to win that one in the end. And again, I've just got to talk about Angel Boy. It was the Angel Boy show there. He was popping it off in their spawn consistently, even when Zeta had pressure on one side of the map. Angel Boy was just like, I don't even care. I'm just going to go steal your gems every single time. He literally is him drunk.
I actually could not agree more, but at the same time, talking about pressure and Zeta, this is the first time they've actually been under pressure in the Snapdragon Pro Series. 2-1 now to Navi. And they're looking a lot better than Zeta are, putting it that way as well. Coming into this one, I was like, okay, I feel like maybe Zeta have got a decent draft. They should be able to do this one if they get the matchups right. But Navi, as you were saying during the game, they were clocking onto those lane switches. They were dealing with them really nicely, and Angel Boy was just everywhere. He just could not be taken off the map. And looking at the stats here as well, 19 picked up and 19 dropped. That's not the best stat for Zeta Division.
No, not the best stat. And, we kind of tried to point it out at the beginning, like Stu maybe not be the best first pick. I felt like Zeta should have maybe brought some better counters to the Stu, because even though they brought the Spike, they brought also the Crow. Stu was just still having his way on the map. I mean, that just goes to show how good Angel Boy really is, because I thought, it wouldn't really have had the best matchups. I guess going down the middle a lot of the times, being unpredictable, I think that's one thing that Zeta didn't really plan out. Like normally Stu goes down the lane, but they weren't doing that. They were making things messy, and that is the way Na'Vi can beat Zeta here. Make it as messy as possible, and Zeta, you can see they're struggling. Yeah,
Zeta are, they're not looking bad, but they're not looking good, put it that way either. They're not looking like their usual selves. Yeah. The drafts really haven't been that bad either, which is, keeping up with their usual stuff. Their drafts didn't look bad at all, but Navi just bring this unpredictable, the unpredictableness into the draft. And it's just something that maybe Zeta Division aren't used to. They're so, in their regime, they're so they want to do the same thing every time. Drafts always, against every other team that's just so orthodox, it's like you know what's going to come and you know what to pick against it. But Navi maybe throwing a bit of a wrench in the works and changing things up just enough to throw Zeta Division off the scent.
Yeah, you literally summed it up. I was about to say that, about the fact that Zeta a lot of times are quite textbook. Of course, it works a lot of the time, but with drafts, with 69 brawlers in the game right now, you need to just go kind of weird things. Like, there's so many different brawlers, so many brawlers that, Jessie, she's not the best, right? She really isn't the best, but maybe in some kind of niche way, she's pretty good. And you can see how they made it work right there, getting the turret behind the wall. It was pretty annoying for Zeta to deal with. So I'm excited to see how this one goes. We're next up into Canal Grande, I believe. And, Canal Grande is a hard map to play. It can be very punishing, and I feel like this is probably going to suit Na'Vi more than anything.
I think so too. I mean, I think we saw them play against, maybe it was SK the other day. And they did win it, I believe, quite convincingly. So I think, they're in a good position coming into this one. They can play some, the normal, unorthodox picks and manage to win off it. Tanks can come in if the draft lines up right. Just weird picks can come in. And we'll see if Zeta Division have finally got an answer, or if we're going to see more of the same Navi domination. Going to see the Carl picked up as the first pick. Don't want to give it to Zeta this time, even though it didn't do too much for Zeta. I do kind of respect the Navi pick of going it, considering you can get that blue star quite fast, especially with Eve banned out, along with the Shelly and the Grey from the side of Zeta Division. Tara, Shelly, and Squeak banned out by Navi.
Yeah, you mentioned that, good point. Just Cole's a good brawler anyway, but taking it off of Zeta's hands, even though they didn't have the best of games last time, you just can't give Zeta the call. Most times it does work out, trust me on that one. But we see the Gene picked up. So Gene is, it's a pretty safe pick on Bounty. Even though there's not much grass to kind of scout here, it's good for grouping. On Canal Grande, you pretty much always grouped up. There's always someone with you with a Gene, pretty much. So you're going to get a lot of value out of Magic Puff star power. And also, just overall, there's not really the most counters out there for him on this map in particular. And they literally take the best Mr. P's, the best counter to Gene. They take that away from Na'Vi. So some decent drafting, I would say, from Zeta. Yeah,
but at the same time, they might have taken it out of the hands of Navi, but surely Mr. P's not going to be the best of matchups for a Carl, or Carl's not going to be the best of matchups for a Mr. P. Flying hook towards him, super onto him, not going to have that much damage. So he's pretty much going to need to be protected by the other picks of Zeta Division throughout. And, Gene with the lamp blowout, if that's what they choose to ray in over Vengeful Spirits, then it's going to be solid. But at the same time, we've got the Barley and the Ash coming in. Mr. P's not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, Mr. P isn't going to have a fun time. You mentioned it perfectly. Like, they try and take away from Na'Vi, but at the same time, like you mentioned, both Gene and Mr. P have the same kind of weakness. They've got no DPS. So it's obvious that a counter like Ash is going to come in here because, Mr. P can't deal with it. Gene can't really deal with it too well. Zeta, they have last pick though, so I'm interested to see what they can go. Maybe with the M's, they go with a Buzz instead. They need something to shut down the tanks and the Carl. So Buzz, of course, got a decent matchup against Carl. Can be decent against both Ash and Barley as well. I like it, but I don't know how this one's going to play out because Miss B is going to struggle against this matchup for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to pretty much be Buzz trying to deal with literally everything and maybe a few gene pulls coming in here and there to help him out, but I feel like it literally is maybe a 1v3, you know, robotic rats are going to be coming in to tank those gene pulls, being able to tank a lot of these Mr. P shots, and, you know, I just feel like Buzz has too much on his plate to deal with.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I feel like Buzz, it's going to rely off Buzz basically here. This is what we're trying to point out, because he's a pop-off brawler, but he's the brawler that needs to kind of eradicate Zeta's counters. So we see straight away here, Cube's able to pick up the blue star, but we see a 3v1 here on the side of the left-hand side. Can now we get the kill in time? He does get the takedown, but surely the lead's going to go back in the way of Na'Vi. Cube's going to be super aggressive in the middle. He's going to be able to stay alive, though. Thankfully, MMA is going to be tanking some shots. Jero gets his super nice and easy, but control still going the way of Na'Vi so far.
Well, we'll see if Cube can make use of the super, then does have this flying hook, and Gene's going to go down as well. Angel Boy's not stopping there, going to take Gero with him as well. Surely, I mean, Gero's staying alive, actually. He's not even got a kill. How's he managed that? They are still on top, but for how long, if that's how they're going to be playing? Now he's going to use super towards MMA as well, and Gero's going to flying hook to the right-hand side, keep the lead, but he is so low. I don't think he's getting out of this one with his life. Angel Boy coming in to tank, though, and now he's low as well, and even that can flip the lead.
Yeah, that's going to flip the lead. That was such small margins. Cube's still staying alive. Now he's going to start charging his super again here. He's going to get slowed down. Nice slow from MMA right there, and he's going to be able to get the lead back in his favor. Angel Boy, he's going to lack the range on the left-hand side. Might leave his team in a bad position, but he's actually going to push in here on the Mr. P. And now, I would say if I was Zeta, we need to get onto that Ash as quickly as possible before backup arrives.
Yeah, and he did place those robotic rats down nicely to try and tank that super, but he is going to go down, and that's going to give the lead back to Zeta. Shots coming in from MMA, though, not going to find the killing blow. He does fall as well. Cube got the gadget, going to try and go backwards, retreat into his teammate's arms. But it is 4 stars, that is the difference, and that's going to need to be Meow, or 2 of the other ones, or including him as well. Super did, well, a few shots were there, should I say, from the Barley, but other than that, not so much. And now he gets the super, and going to use it onto Angel Boy there as well. Help from the team is going to bring him down, and now this is a Zeta Division game to win. Yeah, 15 seconds left now with another connect, and that is literally 1 more kill is all they need to confirm the game here. It's not looking very nice here, and MMA just gets pulled anyway, and that is Zeta replying really swiftly. It didn't look the most convincing throughout the whole game. The key point there was the fact that Angel Boy was all alone, and then Zeta had control of the right. That made him have to switch over to help Angel Boy, because of course he lacks the range, and Zeta was just quick to pounce on him. They got the kill, they got the lead, and it is pretty hard most of the time to get the lead back in Canal Grande. Yeah, I mean, that replay as well just showed that terrible shots from Angel Boy coming out and missing Gero so many times. Now he's actually going to fall and give the lead back to Navi after that blue star was collected by him over the Carl. And he was trying to rotate over to the left, but maybe trying to rotate too fast with the small amount of HP and Jing him some shots. Navi at the moment is popping off, does actually not get the kill because of the chill pill activated from Angel Boy, the robotic rats as well, getting the kill, but Meow's going to be able to get the pull as well. Lead still on the side of Na'Vi, especially with Angel Boy on the loo. I'm always accustomed to saying he's on the loo. He's on the Ash as well. He's very good on the Ash for sure. And now we get this stalemate, which we typically see in Canal Grande, a bit of chipping it back and forth. My guess is that most of the action is probably going to actually incur at the end of the game. Yeah, we'll see if it doesn't. It's actually Zeta Division who need to push into Navi at the moment. They do have that 1-star lead, but anybody falling on the side of Navi will be massively influential, especially if it's Angel Boy as well, and he's been the prime target of a few of these pulls coming out of Meow. Some good shots coming in. Carl makes a connection onto both Meow and Gero, which gives him that super and gives him that entry route or exit route if needed as well. If pulled in, then he might be able to get out. It was looking like now he was trying to make a rotation around the top, but cut quite short by MMA. Quite short, and Meow's just trying to get his super in time. We'll be able to get the takedown quite swiftly if now he does get his super as well. They can combine that, but with 30 seconds left, the clock is slowly dwindling down, and they need to make something happen. A nice flush out from MMA there. He's able to stop it for a little bit, but with 20 seconds left, it's looking like they're going to actually run the clock down. And yeah, nothing's really happening here. The action needs to happen soon, Tron. Yeah, it does. Meow trying to push forward now as well, but Gero was quite low. Shut down quite quickly, but now we're pushing forward. Cube going to have to gadget out of there. Not the best position for them. Now they're backing up so heavily, but great super coming in. That shuts off Meow. Now he is going to go down as well. Gero is taken down. Navi heading to a match point. Zeta Division on the brink of evening things out. We'll see who comes out on top of this next game. Yeah, this is interesting. Na'Vi on match point. This is really exciting because Zeta could actually finally lose. I mean, I do like Zeta, but it's sometimes nice to see them finally lose because then you realize, oh, they're not just robots. They're not just people that just win every single time, right? It'll be nice to see them
perhaps lose this one for once, but let's see if they can turn things around. Of course, you can never discount Zeta. They're an unbelievable team. So now we go with a triple stack down the left-hand side. Now he goes for the gadget onto Angel Boy, but again, a chill pill pops, doesn't keep him alive for now. The trade out is in, and 2 stars actually go in the favor of Na'Vi there. So even though there was 1 kill on each side, Na'Vi get the better of trades.
Yeah, Cube is the one who's necessary. That gets the gadget away and actually brings him all the way back into their spawn and gives them yet another positive trade. But Angel Boy comes in, gets the chill pill off. The robotic rats are there as well. Can he get the shots through? He can't. But MMA is there to help him out a little bit. And it is pretty much even. Just a blue star is the difference. Slowdown was there from MMA as well, but now he's choosing not to go in with his super. Was maybe a little bit too preemptive there on MMA and looking for the trade now. Cube not finding it just yet. Needs that final connecting shot, but doesn't get it. 3-star lead to Zeta.
Yeah, 3-star lead, and I'm scared now. Once people get positioned on Canal Grande, it's pretty hard to push back. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty hard now. He's going to slowly try and dwindle his super up. Got Meow just keeping his distance on the left-hand side. Angel Boy's going to try and push into the Gene, but it's going to be pretty hard. Gene can just keep you, or stop you from healing. He's also got the pets as well, which Angel Boy's going to have to consistently shoot. It's not looking the best. They go with a pull right here, which was kind of risky, I would say, because now the robotic rats are in, and now the pressure is coming in from Naui. He's going to be able to get a double kill in the end. Insane plays.
Surely got to be able to trade that. The super's there from Cube as well. He's keeping them alive in this game. 4 stars needed, and now he's there. The pull comes in. Angel Boy's not going to be able to survive that one. 4 stars now, and Navi, they need to be careful now as they can't just overextend time and time again and try bring this back by trial and error. There's only 4 stars will shut this one off. Now he's got super as well. All 3 of them are there. The stun comes in, and Angel Boy's not learning. He's doing the same thing over and over, but he has actually survived this one out just a little bit longer. Does get taken down now, though, and that's 8 stars needed. It needs to be Naui and someone else, and it just doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left, it seems very unlikely. There's surely no way they're going to be able to actually take advantage of this match point overall. Zeta, they're just going to slowly go back. They actually just confirmed the victory there with the Gene pull in the end. And Zeta doing what they do best when the lights are shining on them. They come out the other end at 2-2. Finally receive a final set into play here, Trav. Exciting times.
Yeah, it's good to know that you haven't jinxed us and completely changed the turn of events of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Still seeing some close games. And Navi and Zeta, it's a big, big game. I like that little fly knock away, but they got the trade, but Angel Boy was quickly pulled in as well. Should have maybe dropped the robotic rats before he got pulled in, tanked that out, but maybe that reaction time just wasn't a possibility, and maybe I'm thinking he's inhumane. But at the end of the day, it is going to be 2-2 now, and Zeta Division, they bring things back. They got the momentum in their hands, but Navi still look decent. They may have lost by 10 stars in that last one. 11 if you count the one over 20, but they still look decent whilst doing it. They had their moments, they had a game, and they look decent.
Yeah, even though the stats doesn't say they look decent, you can see by the gameplay itself. It was very close until the end, pretty much. But one thing I'd like to point on, which we did mention literally before the game started, was the buzz. They're relying on the buzz to pop off, and he did do that. He, now he's one of the best players in the world, and he was able to capitalize on some good matchups, but it also took a lot of communication. It took a lot of patience. You've seen sometimes it was kind of just waiting for the perfect opportunity to try and get as much value from his life. So it was a good game plan from Na'Vi in the end. And we're going into Brawl Pinball Dreams for the last set. So this is going to be very exciting, Trav.
Yeah, we'll see who does get to come out on top of this one, whether or not Zeta Division will remain undefeated, or if Navi will just, I think it brings them out even, actually, if they do manage to take this one. And they'll have the head-to-head, which should put them above them on the leaderboards if it lands up just like that, which is going to be a great position for them, and especially because A&R have been defeated now as well. There's going to be no undefeated teams if Navi come out on top of this one as well. So looking pretty good for the most part for the side of Navi, but Zeta Division, they're going to want to keep this undefeated. They're going to be wanting to get closer and closer to their goal of Gamescom, because they're looking good in BSC, and if they manage to add some points from that, they're pretty much going to almost be locking in Worlds.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to say so early on in the season, but they're just so far ahead in BSC, so far ahead in the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. It's looking pretty scary if Zeta get another win. They're pretty much cementing themselves towards Gamescom, so this is very important for Zeta, just as much as it is for Na'Vi as well. And like you mentioned, the head-to-head, that's very important. There'll be like 3 teams on 4-1, I believe, so it'll be very spicy at the top. There'll be no more undefeated. It's going to be a good game, and I especially love watching Na'Vi on Brawl, because that's where the tanks come into play. That's where all this messiness entails, especially on a map like Pinball Dreams. It's going to be some chaos there, Trav.
Yeah, I think the question is whether Zeta Division, they kind of try to play their defensive plays against the Navi tanks, or if they kind of try to match them at their own game and it's just all-out carnage on the Brawl map, which I'd love to see, don't get me wrong. Navi just play these tanks so well, day in, day out. And Zeta Division, they're just very good mechanical players. They're pretty much going to be able to match Navi. They've got good drafts as well, so they might be able to outdraft them in that sense. I kind of feel like maybe Navi are going to take this one. As you said, they're so specialized towards that Brawl Ball, and we do see Zeta quite often lose a fair few Brawl Ball sets.
Yeah, I mean, one thing in particular that always kind of, you know, resonates with me, especially in Brawl Ball when I watch Na'Vi, is the fact they always try and get these, you know, certain brawlers. They get like B, they always end up getting M's, they get Carl a lot, and specifically on this map. So if I was Na'Vi straight away, I would be looking to ban out the B, ban out some of these comfort picks from Zeta. You need to make it uncomfortable for them. Don't maybe give them the respect they deserve in some ways, and just try and focus on bans. We can see right here, we see, well, they just heard me, didn't they? They banned a B. I mean, I must be a god here. Maybe I need the ego instead of you.
He just knows everything. I will say, though, as well, we have had word that this Grom ban, I believe, is actually going to be a Cordelius. They've just put that in as that little replacement there as well. So Grom is still on the table, Cordelius is off. And we're going to go with the Byron for Navi. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. But the Ashe coming in quick from Zeta Division. I like the Ashe. You know, they're trying to match him with this tanky game, taking some of the tanks maybe out of Navi's hands that they would have wanted a little bit further on down the line.
Yeah, this must have been something that Na'Vi were doing in scrims. You see the Byron, you see back when Byron was meta, you've seen that combination with Ashe a lot. So my guess is that, of course, taking a tank away from him, but taking away that strategy away from him. So this is going to be interesting. Maybe Na'Vi kind of got their backs against the wall here because, you know, Byron isn't the best of picks, right? He's near enough at the bottom of the meta. You basically never see him. And on a map like Pin and Ball Dreams, on Brawl Ball, he's very vulnerable. He needs someone to protect him here, so I'm pretty scared. And we see the M's as well. You'll see Meow on the M's on this map. Very good M's player. I don't really like it for Na'Vi so far.
No, I don't either. You know, they've taken something out of their hands that they're obviously going to be wanting in the Ashe. They've then countered tanks further on down the line as well, and that kind of leaves Byron like, oh, do we kind of just go for it and go with another tank and try and play the same strategy as that Byron Ashe? Or do we have to pivot? And it looks like they're going to pivot towards the Willow. And I'm seeing quite a lack of DPS here.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lack of DPS and a lot of squishiness on the side of Na'Vi. So Zeta last pick as well, always great for those kind of counter picks. And we see the Buzz, of course. Angel Boy on the Buzz, it's always just, well, no matter the map, no matter scenario, it could be Shooting Star. He's going to try and pull out the Buzz. So interesting here. They have last pick though. They should be able to come up with a decent enough counter. So I can't really think of anyone off the top of my head that really stands out in this moment. But again, they could easily double down on kind of aggression. I'll go for some type of aggression because it not only counters, well, it just counters all three of them, basically. Maybe oh no, Primo's banned out. I don't know who to really go.
I was thinking the same, and then I looked up and I was like, oh, it's banned out. I'll keep my mouth shut. So I'm glad you said it and made the same mistake as I did out loud, so I look a bit less stupid. But Bonnie's going to be the last pick coming in from Zeta Division. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. It's going to have some good aggression. It's going to have its moments. Going to be able to jump on Willow as well. But if she's using the gadget where she goes underwater or going to be able to mind control, then it's going to be difficult. So I think she's going to have to pick a target quite smartly. Yeah,
my guess, of course, Bonnie's really good in Brawl Ball. Just been picked a lot. One of the most picked brawlers last week. But also Bonnie's going to be really good against Byron. Going to be a free kill every single time. And also once you mentioned, like you mentioned, the dives run out with Willow. Bonnie should be able to have a really good matchup against her and confirm a lot of kills. But then again, Buzz is going to have a good matchup against both of the Bonnie and also the Ashe as well. So it's going to be very interesting here as we go into the final set here, Trav, of the final game. Where is he head at?
I don't know. I was with Navi until I saw this draft. It's a little bit weird, but you know, as we say, the matchup that the Buzz has got is going to be decent against a couple of them, and obviously the Willow's going to be doing decent against the M's. It's just a question if they're able to kind of culminate it and bring it together that I think maybe Zeta will be able to win if they just make that one explosive play and it pays off.
Cube is tapping on this Byron. He's already got his super to hand. He should be able to use this to help his teammates push up. Maybe Byron's pretty underrated. He's definitely tapping here, but Jero pops his Sugar Rush. Angel Boy with the super, but unfortunately the splash from Cube was a little bit too late, and now Zeta look to capitalize. We see the gadget pop off from MMA there. He's going to go down. Now with the robotic rats is going to be able to get a lot of damage. Angel Boy with his super for now. We see Byron push all the way back into spawns. He cycles his super again, and Zeta really look to capitalize here. Great takedown onto MMA. Good defense from Cube here, and Angel Boy to the rescue as well. Somehow Na'Vi survived that one.
Angel Boy's looking for another super, and Bonnie's not going to be able to match this healing coming in, but now he might be able to as he jumps in onto him. Gero playing that beautifully there. Now they're going to look and try and push out here, but MMA's got this mind control, so that's going to be good in the face of the goal. He needs to just try and defend this one out a little bit longer. But obviously with no unbreakable walls, everything's going to drop in overtime, and only a minute until that happens. I actually don't even know who I'd favor in overtime. If Cube can get the damage done, then they're going to be fine.
Yeah, overtime, it's going to be hard for everyone. Like, there's a throw on the side of things. No one's really got range. Angel Boy here combining with Cube here. Gonna actually nearly just get taken down in the end there. So even with the Byron heals, like, it's not really the best. The strategy isn't really working out so far. But if they can last until overtime, wait for Angel Boy to make the pop-off play, maybe they can do something. But with 35 seconds left on the clock, Zeta are looking pretty here with a lot of control.
Yeah, see the super being thrown out by now, but quickly dealt with by Angel Boy there, or his favorite brawler of the buzz. Pretty comfortable on that, knows his matchups. See another swap going through again, and with overtime looming, they need to start making these plays, but Super's quite readily available. Nice stuff from Angel Boy. He gets jumped straight over. Super's used very heavily on the side of Zeta there to defend that one. Gero's getting hit hard as well. Now he's going to try and run down MMA, finds one shot and actually misses the mind control. Robotic Rats bring him down, and now it's a 2v1 in the face of goal.
There's a 2v1. Angel Boy's going weak. Even with the Byron here, it was a 3v1 scenario here, and surely Zeta can just slot that into the open net. I just want to point out quickly, I was just a little bit frustrated by Angel Boy there. I felt like he rushed things. Buzz super, I know he's a good Buzz, right? But supering into 3 people, surely you're going to die without like a Byron super, without that support. Felt like it just kind of lost them control in the end, but Zeta, they capitalized on maybe the smallest of margins, and they're able to bring things to match point.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Byron heals coming down in some pretty influential moments, but when it mattered the most and Angel Boy went in 1v3, they weren't really there. We'll see if it does manage to pay off in the second game now, or if we'll see Zeta Division close this one out. Gero's going to go in for the jump and take down Cube on the defensive side. Just leaving the ball there, waiting for the third to come up and playing it slow.
Yeah, we're going to play things slow and see there. Byron, again, is just so vulnerable to any sort of aggression, but Angel Boy is going to get the takedown onto Ems here. He's smelling blood right here. He's going to go in for the kill for Gero as well. The mind control is in, and that is going to be a fantastic goal from Na'Vi. They're replying swiftly, and that is the plays I want to see from Na'Vi. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's the great answer. It's the first time we've actually seen Willow control anybody across this set, considering we had a full game in the last one. Not the best showing from him, but that is what we need to see. Meow looking like he might go down here, down to one shot. Super over to the right, the left-hand side from Angel Boy there. Jump comes through. Splash is gorgeous from Cube there. And MMA rotating over to the right. Trying to find Gero, but actually hasn't yet, and he's on an absolute tear here. Great shots coming through from Naui, sorry, and Robotic Rats are there too. But Angel Boy will deal with those swiftly.
Yeah, Na'Vi with the lead now, even though they're on the back foot, they've still got some time to play with. They can corner the ball and try and play the defensive game here, but now he's in a great position here. He senses a blood right here. He also got his chill pill. He can top him up a little bit. Meow in a really good position, getting so much value from his super. Angel Boy does relieve a little bit of pressure here, but Gero, he's going in with the sugar rush. Should be able to confirm the kill onto Cube, but in the end here, oh no, Gero actually swoops out in the end. Still, Na'Vi are just wasting time. They can continue the cycle for another 50 seconds there, and they're looking good.
Yeah, so maybe I feel like accepting defeat and going down there might have been used over the super, and coming back with that, but Meow now trying to use his to the best of his ability. Super's available there from Angel Boy as well, trying to bait out that friend zone and goes towards Naui instead and gets that kill. Now gets the super onto Meow as well, and he's on a tear. This is the Angel Boy we know and love, not making the mistakes from the last game, and now just leaving this kind of pocketed in the mid-right of the map. Navi trying to take this to a double match point.
Yeah, they're trying to take this to a double match point. Zeta only have 20 seconds to play for. Gero's super weak right here. Meow, he's got the gadget to play with. Does actually take down Angel Boy in the end, but now he goes down. Gero's just one shot. Surely he's going to put the ball into the corner. There's surely no way we're going to actually get the goal here, but still 8 seconds left. Slowly just dwindling down the time. The mind control comes in as well, and there's just no time for Zeta to get the goal. And now it is match point. Match point, as close as it can get. We kind of called this would be a close game, but this is as close, literally as I said, as it can get.
It's as close as a close game can be.
Yeah, basically.
But MMA was with that mind control into Navi there, looks really, really strong. Navi overall looking pretty good as well. It all comes down to this last game to see who takes it, whether Zeta Division will remain undefeated or Navi will take them down, even things out in the score lines and bring it over then in a head-to-head. MA missing quite a lot of shots there. I believe they missed a gadget in there too. This is a great start for Zeta with some wonderful control.
Wonderful control on Cube. Already has to use a gadget to heal back up. And I want to see their team chemistry again. We've seen in the second game of that set some beautiful heals on the side of Cube, making Angel Boy pop off. It was just so beautiful to see him. We see some taps already on the side of Meow. All 3 players grouping up on the side of Na'Vi. They want their right matchups. They want the buzz onto that Ashe as much as possible here. But Gero already got super to hand. The thing is, he can't really jump into Byron when he has super. Like, when Byron doesn't have super, he's very vulnerable, but at least he has a little bit of way to combat that jump. Gero's going to jump in here, but a really good super from Cube. He's going to be able to get the trade. And in the end, it's still a little bit of a stalemate in the middle.
Yeah, just waiting this one out, wait and see if something happens. Angel Boy's going to go in there as well. Super's not going to hit by Byron, or at least not get the heal. Meow tapped up quite heavily, and now it's Navi who are making the move. Great shots coming through. Injection goes through as well, not finding the shot to the back, but Angel Boy misses his super. In a good position to try and get it back, though, in some position behind these walls. Gero's got the jump as well, provides him with the ball. I'm not sure if that's the best decisions, but with Cube coming back out of spawn, they did lose a lot of control without him being there.
Yeah, they lost a lot of control, and it was just a little snipe from Gero, and Cube just died, and that's going to lose him a lot of control here. Angel Boy goes for the super, but that's going to be a good retaliation from Gero to able to get out alive. Now he's going to have a lot of pressure here. Surely MMA hasn't got the resources here in the end. Meow, he's going to be looking to go forward, but Angel Boy should be able to charge his super in time. It's going to be very interesting. They opt not to go for the goal there. That is definitely a wise decision, not to overextend there. I think Angel Boy played that perfectly, making sure there was no angles for Zeta to kind of work around.
Well, MMA just trying to push around this right side now. Has that mind control as well. It's going to be pretty devastating if he managed to get it in front of the goal yet again. Super comes through from Meowno. Great super coming in from Angel Boy to stun him out, but the friend zone is there. And now they're in a tough position. Jump comes in. Zeta making the move. MMA's got the mind control, but he doesn't hit it. Now he's going to walk this ball in. Burn down a bit of the clock. Angel Boy there with his super was looming. Still 20 seconds. They can make the play, but they're going to need a super off spawn and something magical.
Yeah, they need something magical to happen. Just 14 seconds left on the clock here. Na'Vi really need to make a play. Angel Boy with across the map super. He's going to be able to get the kill, but the ball's in the hand of Zeta there, and Zeta able to claim 5-0 overall, staying undefeated. That was an insane game at the end there, Trav. I just can't breathe. Like that was so back and forth. Considering like the Byron pick was a bit fruity, I would say. Didn't really work out for Na'Vi in the end. What do you think of that match in the end, Sonic?
Well, I'm very happy that this was our very last match of the day. Definitely deserved for 1-3-2 in the end. It couldn't have gotten any closer, going all the way to the very last game. With so much to talk about, great moments here. Flaring Phoenix it was. The photo finish in the first round. I had Arc jumping up and down here next to me. The Grey in the end prevailing. And then also pit stop. Cordelius is actually amazing on defense. It's so lovely to see that finally he did take a single win today.
I mean, that's the question coming into that match. Was this going to be saving the best for last? My mind is at ease. We saved the best for last. What a banger. Oh my word. Pit stop as well. I've got to bring it back around to that because Cordelius there is just a force to be reckoned with. And we said coming into the whole entire day how our team's going to work with that denying of the objective at hand. You can just see putting them into the Shadow Realm completely takes them away from the safe. I'm so curious though to see how our leaderboards have shaped up today, because I think we're going to be having a much closer affair in that mid stage than I think any of us have bargained for, really, especially now. Zeta now storming ahead. Navi and SK and all these other teams, A&R as well. We could see some very close matchups in that final challenge day. I mean, honestly, we've said time and time again how impressed we've been with the nature of the plays in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today just ended on such a high. I'm pumped after that game, you can probably tell.
Definitely, I can see. Well, my two co-casters, they still seem to be a bit speechless after the last matchup.
You could say that. You could say that. It was a very good game, I will say. It really did give us justice. And you mentioned saving the best till last, and it definitely was the best till last. A very exciting five-set game. I should say 3-2 in the end to Zeta Division. And they remain undefeated. I'd like to see it pack up a little bit more and see Navi take the win, to be honest, and see all a lot of 4-1s at the top rather than still seeing that 5-0.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm exhausted after that. Like, that was insane all the way until the end. Like, I'm out of breath. Like, I can't put into words how good that game was. And again, I'm a little bit disappointed that Na'Vi didn't close things off in the end. I'll always live to know what could have happened if they managed to get the Byron and the Ashe combination. I would have loved to see that.
I agree. I think you raised a really valid point there. We need to give so much praise to Navi because, wow, I'll take the front on this one. My mind has been set on A&R being the potential, team to make the upset. we didn't really see Navi coming. I mean, we probably absolutely should have done, given how aggressive they are as a team. But, you know, I think just some of the ways that they played, especially on, like, Canal Grande for me, you know, having learned from that first game, you could see when they had that control, they were just so good at juking because they knew that Zeta had to make the move. And they could just sit on that right-hand side lane and not necessarily have to worry about the buzz that they've been depriving. And that's what happens against a team like, you know, when you're up against a team like Navi, is, like, when you're playing similar brawlers, you're able to also get inside the minds of, you know, how to deprive them of their value. And it was just so exciting to see. But Zeta, as we know, time and time again, are that same team that they just adapt on the fly. And to go all the way to the 5th and final set and make it a match point, I wouldn't have had it any other way.
It was our very last match of the day. And again, a 3-2 is always lovely to see. I'm sure my team here agrees with me. And yeah, Zeta Division so far, the unbeaten team. And now all of a sudden, Navi takes them 3-2 in the end. It was very close. No, actually Zeta still winning it 3-2 in the end. Zeta takes it once again. Navi coming close to almost beating them though. It's going to be interesting to see if Zeta Division can still stay with that 0-loss number at the top there, or if there is going to be a team coming up in the next 2 match days we still have that can beat them.
A&R, play day 6. Let's take a look as well today as a result of all those picks and bans that we saw. Trav, talk us through anything that you see that catches your eye.
I mean, straight up Brock catches my eye here. I mean, it's even with Body, put it that way, Body's still making the moves up to the, up top, but Brock being on top of things, that is not something that I'd expect, to be honest with you. He clearly used a lot on Infinite Doom, a lot on Safe Zone, which obviously brings him up quite heavily in those picks.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Like, I feel like the maps probably influenced this a little bit, but I'm still surprised to see Brock up so high just because of how kind of easy his shots are to dodge in a sense. But definitely not surprised to see the other two as well. But I'm still wanting to see more Cordelius. I don't know what it is about it. I only got a small taste of it. I was hoping to see more of it.
Yeah, for me, Cordelius is such an interesting mechanic that we've never really seen anything quite like. We were saying backstage about how Willow's come into the mix and dabbled in that idea of taking control and taking, you know, your players out of the perspective. But I think we saw some fantastic examples, and I want to mention as well that comp that Navi ran in pit stop specifically, the Willow combined with the Cordelius, compared to the Barley and the Spike and Spike on defense is where the kind of meta would lie. Realistically, Cordelius coming in and just displaying that is a really solid thing to have on those defensive measures. It just deprived Zeta of so much, but as you were saying, let's see whether even maybe Cordelius makes the top bans in that respect. I think Shelly, though, probably still going to be up there pretty high. Let's take a look as it comes in and rolls in, and Shelly's still top dog. Shelly is the top. Oh, but look, though, Cordelius just behind, though. That's actually really quite interesting, Sunny.
He did get banned out a quite huge amount of times. Squeak, then Crow as well. What I'm really surprised to see, and we touched a bit on it when Spen and me were casting the game, where is Gus all of a sudden? We had in the first week, Gus every single mode, he was either banned out or picked, and now he's not even making the list anymore.
It was a really surprising thing. We realized it when we were looking at that final map in Pinball Dreams, and you know, it's a really valid point to raise. Leaderboards, though. I want to know how we fare on those leaderboards now, and let's take a look as they roll in just a moment. But, you know, again, I think that we've got a big race happening in that middle state. Yeah, exactly that. 3-2 Navi, 3-2 SK, 2-3 Humble, which could change very easily in the coming playdays. Look at that. Me and Sonny were discussing in that matchup who we kind of wanted to win, and I mean, it made sense that Zeta would likely be the case, but we were hoping that maybe Navi could cause the upset. But I said no. I mean, I actually kind of want to see that happen because look how bunched up that is. Coming into today, Trav, is that what you expected would happen?
I mean, to be fair, it's not far off, I feel. Like we definitely expect to see a bit of a bunch up in that mid. We expected Foot to win against Team Queso, the same with Zeta Division. And the other matchups as well, I think they pretty much all went according to, not according to plan, but...
Some.
But you know what I mean? Like, they went as we expected. And I think it's quite intriguing to see, especially with Foot Esports sitting down there. They've still got Humble to play and Navi to play. So the power's in their hands, really, to kind of to bring this one back for themselves.
And we actually kick off with that very matchup between Foot and Humble tomorrow from 6:30 CEST, so mark that down. And also A&R will be taking on Zeta Division, which I think is going to be an immensely exciting match. We will check out the schedule as well in full details right now. And but we've just got it in our brains as how good we are. Foot versus Humble will be match number 1. Mr. Dosar, though, will take on SK Gaming. I mean, that would be a great time for an upset, let's all be honest. A&R versus Zeta Division as match number 3. And Navi will take on Team Kesso. Very, very interesting stuff. Again, that time, 6:30 CEST is when we kick off. And for Foot, you know, that's going to be a very important matchup, no doubt about it. Ultimately, they've got to get through Humble to even get to Navi.
Well, tomorrow we have some other action. Queso Cup is going on. Wednesday, we're going to be back 6:30. And Zeta Division versus A&R. We have so many great matches coming up, but this one is the one where I have my eyes on, because I want to see an upset. Finally, someone beating Zeta Division. They can't be that hard to beat, can they?
This is the question on all of our minds, is who can beat Zeta Division or who can topple Shelly in the top bands? Maybe Cornelius. Maybe Cornelius just saying. Make sure that you head over to all of our socials to keep up with all the action, because it is very, very fast-paced here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. At ESL Mobile on Twitter and Facebook, at ESL_mobile on Instagram. And head over to our Discord as well, especially if you are a player. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. It could be you here in Season 4. Easily done if you've got the right teams together and the right players, but absolutely go over there, check out all our social media. Very, very important to keep up with all the latest and greatest of tournament news. It has been a day. It has been a day. I'm so excited for play day 6. Before we close out the show, Sonny, any final thoughts from yourself?
Today we had a sweep. We had 2 3-1s. It was a lot of a shorter match day than we had in the last few weeks. But still, there was action. Every single match we watched, it was a close one, even though the stats might not reflect it. So I'm really looking forward to Wednesday. I don't know what to do with myself tomorrow, to be honest.
No, I think the same. I think the games, they went as expected. Not according to plan, as expected today. So we've still got, you know, a few play days to see how things play out. No team is really looking too good in that mid. We're all kind of, it's all up for grabs over the next couple of days, and I think, you know, you guys know where to tune in.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I mean, you can talk about the Zeta and A&R matchup. That's going to be a good one, but I think the first matchup is probably the best one. Foot versus Humble. Basically, one of them are going to be in a terrible position if they lose that one. So I'm looking forward to that one. That's going to be the banger.
It is going to be a spicy one. You do not want to miss it. Before we close out the day as well, got to give a huge, huge thank you to all of our proud partners, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, DHL, and Monster Energy. We would not be able to put on a production like this without them. All of the support goes such a long, long way. And of course, a massive shout out to production behind the scenes who work absolutely tirelessly. I've been giving them tortilla chips to keep them rolling as well, but they never miss the mark. Always, always catching us whenever we need them. And you know, and of course to you guys for joining me here on the couch. Spen,
thank you, Arch.
Great start today. I absolutely loved your energy, mate. Really, really pleasure doing things with you. Trav, you know, I mean, definitely Sunny.
Thank you for hosting. It was amazing.
My pleasure, my pleasure. And of course, to all the viewers at home, to all the players, to all the teams, to all the orgs, and of course, you watching live. We thank you very, very much, and we will see you for play day 6 at 6:30 CEST. Don't miss it. Catch you then.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
another level. I will never settle. Mind over matter. Get the gold medal. On another level. I will never settle. Mind over matter. Get the gold medal. On another level. I will never settle. Mind over matter. Get the gold medal. On another level. I will never settle. Mind over matter. Get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. but mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first.